seated. Does everybody have their red notepad?
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening and have had a good morning. We anticipate going through the rest of the day. Before the day's out, I'll let you know about the schedule for tomorrow. And with the last left off the fence, we will be here.
Yes, sir. Defense calls Officer Travis Thompson.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you may need to adjust the microphone. Hold things down, make sure we can all hear you.
Hello.
Introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
I am Officer Thompson with the San Antonio Police Department. First name is Travis, Travis. Last name Thompson, Thompson.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Thompson, I guess the first thing I want to do is, I know that for the incident that occurred and the one that brings us all here, you did write a witness statement, so I'm just going to approach, I'm going to give it to you. Just for you to refer to if there's any specifics or anything that might help you with your statement. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So as we've told everybody, and I'm sure you know, just read silently if you need to refresh your memory if you need to. And then when your memory's refreshed, we can talk about whatever we need to talk about. Cool? All right. So, I guess to start off, I want to go through your background, your experience. So you said that you told the jury you're an officer with San Antonio Police Department. Where are you right now? What is your assignment?
I'm still currently assigned at South Tango shift.
Okay, so South Tango shift, is that the same shift that you were on the night of the incident?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's go back to your training and your experience. So how long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer for about 5 years now.
And when did you go through the police academy?
In 2020.
Which academy was that you went through?
It was the San Antonio Police Academy.
Okay, so like, because sometimes they do like, I don't know, BB-COG, or I'm sorry, AA-COG.
No, sir.
Okay, so you went to the San Antonio Police Academy?
Correct.
How long is the San Antonio Police Academy?
Approximately about 7 months.
And when you're at the San Antonio Police Academy, what different things do you learn? What different classes do you take?
Well, we start off with just normal classes, penal code, traffic code, case law, stuff like that. And then later we go into actual tactics, driving, shooting, stuff like that.
Right. So once you were done in the police academy, what's the next thing that happens for a police officer?
We normally graduate from the police academy, and then we're put on an FTO phase for 3 months, 3.5 months, 3 months with an FTO, and then 2 weeks of evals. And then after that, we're by ourselves.
And you say you're by yourselves. I know that on the night of June 22nd, 2023, going into the early morning of June 23rd, 2023, I know that we all kind of seen that you and Officer Villalobos were together.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you go out by yourself, but sometimes you're partnered up or you're put together with somebody else. Can you explain why that happens?
So sometimes if we have extra manpower, sometimes we'll run what we call directed patrol, where we're doubled up and then we kind of just monitor high crime areas and stuff like that. And then the other reason would be if we're just short on cars. If we have too many people and not enough cars, we'll end up doubling up.
And could some of the reasons that you're short on cars be that cars are they're broken, they need to be fixed, they're being used on other assignments, things like that may make it to where a shift or a sector or a division or a place is short of police cars?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to talk about, in the police academy. Were you in the police academy? Did you go through police academy with any of these men behind you?
I went through with Officer Villalobos.
Right. So Officer Villalobos basically, at the time that this occurred, had the same training and experience that you had had.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So all right. So let's kind of move to that evening. Now, one of the things that we have seen is that you and Officer Villalobos were together in the same car that night, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember why on that particular night that you guys had to share a car?
I don't remember.
Okay. So but you would assume that it would be either because y'all were short on cars or it was some sort of directed patrol.
Yeah, it had to be short on cars because, yeah, we weren't running directed patrol that day.
Okay, so short on cars, and so you two are kind of paired up together. And do you remember being on a call immediately before you respond to the apartments where Melissa Perez was?
I do, yes, sir.
All right, and so, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to publish, what's the Villalobos? Body one. Villalobos.
Video?
Yeah.
Three.
States. Video. Yeah.
States three.
Stage 3. Can I publish Stage 3, Judge?
Yes.
All right, Officer Thompson, we're going to watch Stage 3, which is Officer Villalobos' body worn cam, and I'm going to have some questions for you as we're watching it. I know it starts silent. It looks like Officer Villalobos is in the passenger. Were you driving the patrol vehicle that night?
Yes, sir.
And we're just going to let this play through, and this would be the first call that we just referred to that you responded, that you and Officer Villalobos responded to.
I see him. Computer lights. Yeah, I see him. You see him? Where?
Please return to the room or press recalculate for a new room.
He's in the middle of the fucking patches. He sees us. He sees us. He's working. Howdy, howdy, senor. Doing all right tonight.
Yeah,
What's going on tonight, brother?
I'm just kicked out of my house.
Kicked out of your house? Where's home at?
Down the street.
Down the street? What's going on tonight? You in an argument with the missus or what?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm just trying to make it home.
Trying to make it home? Did you just say you got kicked out? Going somewhere else tonight or what?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know where you want to take it. I'm just tired. I'm tired. I've been working hard all day. Just,
Yeah, what you do for work, man? What you do for work?
I do the concrete.
Do concrete? So you've had a long day today, huh? It's hot today. Hey, brother, you got any ID on you or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow the rules as much as I can, you know?
Yeah. Hey, so you weren't hit by any cars or anything like that today?
No.
Okay, we're just making sure. So most of that you get.
Certain thing you're hit by a car.
No.
Your ID's gonna be on the other side, brother.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Is that your ID over there or no?
So, Officer Thompson, what we hear is, I guess, this call, can you kind of describe what kind of call this is that you guys are responding to?
I actually don't remember what the call came in for.
But I guess just in general, like, what's your purpose there?
I think just to do a welfare check on him. I believe, like Officer Villalobos said, I believe somebody said that he was in the street or something like that. So they just wanted a welfare check on him.
And so I want to talk about that. Now, I think that you can tell me, do you hear signs of intoxication and then see, like with the empty beer cans and stuff around them, that there's possibly some intoxication issues there?
Possibly.
Right. And just so that the jury knows, because they haven't really heard this part of the law yet, but if somebody is intoxicated and they're like running out into the street and potentially going to get hit by a car, what offense could that be?
Public intoxication.
Public intoxication. And what is public intoxication? What is the, what do you need to have public intoxication in addition to being intoxicated in public?
So normally you have to be intoxicated to a level to where you're a danger to yourself. Or so like if you're stumbling into streets, you can't walk straight, stuff like that. Normally just a danger to yourself as well.
Sure. And then, I guess if your intoxication is to that level, then you can be put into custody and taken downtown to what they call the drunk tank or something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ben, you can keep going.
This one? No, that's my daughter's ID. I got my ID right here.
There it is.
And how far away do you live?
I'm just down the street.
What's your address?
134 Commerce.
Okay, so it is this address that's on here.
Yeah.
All right, man. Just hang tight for a second.
You have your phone or anything? No?
I have nothing on me.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. I was just having a rough day, that's all. I'm not supposed to be drinking here in a public place. I know, but I can easily go and take me in for that. Easily.
I mean,
I haven't broken no rules.
I ain't seen you drink them. I'm not trying to make your life harder than what it needs to be, boss.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
What?
Well, let's explore all avenues. But if we were to take you, because like I said, I'm talking to you, you're talking to me pretty fine. But if we were to have to take you on PI, right? Would you be able just to go somewhere for the night and just sleep there?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if that's the case, then that's probably what we're gonna do. If we do need to go that route, if we can get someone out here to come pick you up, we'd probably like to go that route instead of having to take you all the way down to go sleep it off. You know what I'm saying? But if not, take you. Have you ever been to the drunk tank before?
No.
Basically, all you do is you go in, you take a nap. Once you're sober enough to do whatever you need to do, send you on your way. It's literally just hangs out there. That's all it is.
Hey, are you listening to your radio?
No, what's up?
Rico just got one at gunpoint. He's not too far. And he just said somebody hit him with that. Hey, look, man, stay out of the street. Okay?
All right, get home, man. Let's go. Sorry about that.
Okay, so kind of what we saw is what was happening immediately before you got the radio call that Officer Salinas had Melissa Perez at gunpoint.
Yes, sir.
All right, and the jury has seen, and we're going to watch a little bit more about that. I kind of want to talk about this call. The way that Officer Villalobos is dealing with this gentleman, is that the way that you would typically see him deal with members of our community?
Yes, sir.
He's polite, right?
Yes, sir.
He's
Objectively,
What's the same?
okay. What is his demeanor with the man that he's talking to?
He's calm. He's polite. From whenever I was there, before I went to the car, he's trying to help him out, not trying to make it more difficult or anything.
And is that in your knowledge of Officer Villalobos from the time that you were around him and the times that you guys crossed paths? Is that how you knew him to be
Yes, sir.
as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Community policing, where you're out there actually trying to help members of the community instead of just always trying to arrest them.
Correct.
And you would also agree that if he was intoxicated and kind of going out and almost getting hit by cars, that he might need to get arrested for PI.
Yes, sir.
Just to protect him.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you get this call, and you guys immediately jump in the car. You actually leave him there, and you say, "Okay, man, get home," because you've gotten this call. Why did you guys do that?
Because there was an e-tone for an officer in trouble. So.
Yeah, I know it's self-evident to you, but tell us why that would take precedence over what you were dealing with here.
So, in my opinion, he wasn't intoxicated to the point where he would be a danger to himself. So, normally whenever an emergency tone comes out, an officer's in trouble, he's normally fighting with somebody or something's going on. And in my opinion, it would take precedence. It'd be the same thing if a shooting came out right down the street. Same thing would have left him there, would have addressed that. It's a higher priority, I guess.
And that's, I totally agree with you. And I think that's kind of what I wanted to explain is that you'll deal with him unless something like this happens. And then this is one of the highest priority calls that you could go out on. You agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at any time, while we hear you get the radio, or in your memory, going to the call, or anything else, and you can refer to your report if you need to, at any time did anyone tell you, or you in the presence of Officer Villalobos, or you over the radio, that you were responding to a woman who was in a mental health crisis?
No, sir.
Right. So, at the time that you arrived at Melissa Perez's apartment with Officer Villalobos in your passenger seat, what are you arriving there for?
for an officer in trouble, and I believe on the radio he said that he was hit with glass, so an assault on a police officer.
Right. And so is that a crime of violence?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a police officer, when you're responding to somebody who has assaulted a police officer, or a scene where there's an alleged assault on a peace officer, is there a different response for you in how you're thinking about that call than if you were just responding to somebody who's having mental health problems?
Yes, sir.
And why is there a different response?
Because it's an officer in trouble. So again, we don't know if he's fighting with somebody or anything like that. I think before we got there, he did say to slow down, that he was okay. We kind of slowed down a little bit, but yes.
Right. And crimes of violence, especially against your fellow officers, is something that you're going to take seriously.
Yes, sir.
And how do you feel about a suspect if you know that they have already assaulted a police officer, as far as for your own personal safety with that suspect?
I use a little bit more cautious once they're already willing to assault police officers.
Right. And so now I'd like to take a little bit of time and just go through I just kind of want to go through your body cam. We're not going to go through the whole thing. Then whenever you're able to or ready, if we could pull his video up at 151, about 151:12. Yes, 151. Maybe back a little bit. Maybe just 151:00 is fine.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, she's going around. Hey, just watch out. She's coming around right here.
Okay, so I know I haven't given you a lot of context, but I think you can kind of remember what was going on before that. Is everybody's trying to figure out what plan are we going to have to arrest Melissa Perez?
Yes, sir.
Right, and so was it clear to you at this time that it was likely that you guys were going to have to go in and get her?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll talk about it a little more and how it develops and some of the stuff you do to try to prevent that. But we can see in that little part, in that little section, that you say, hey, she's going around, and you start kind of going towards the back of the house. Why did you do that?
Because I saw another officer over there. So I didn't know if she was going towards him or what she was going to do.
In the, like from your body cam and this view that we have, and we've talked about this, and we're going to talk about it some more tomorrow for sure, but this view that you have on your body cam, is that a replacement for the view that you actually had with your eyes that night?
A little bit, yes, sir.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what we have. But is that view as good as what you could see with your eyes that night?
No, sir.
Right. Because your eyes see in 20/20 vision, or close to it, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Whatever your corrective vision is, if you have it.
Yes, sir.
And the body cam, you know, everybody's blurry, and it's hard to distinguish people on a body cam, right?
Yes, sir.
But you could clearly see these people that night,
Yes, sir.
and you could
Your
clearly
Honor, I
see.
would ask counsel now.
Sure, that's a stay.
Could you clearly see the people that night?
Yes.
And could you clearly see Melissa Perez that night?
Yes.
All right. So at the time that you said she's going around, what are you seeing her do that makes you think that she's going around that night?
I believe I saw her go into the hallway.
Right. And when you saw her going to the hallway, did that cause you concerns that you wanted to warn the people that you saw to your left that she might be coming that way?
Yes.
Why?
Because she had already assaulted an officer.
Right. So, Ben, could you push play, please?
Hey, she's going around. Hey, just watch out. She's coming around right here.
right, so is that your voice you hear saying, watch out on the video? Watch
I
out.
believe so, yes, sir.
And why are you telling him to watch out?
Because she was approaching him. She was coming towards the window.
And what was he doing in the window at the time?
I'm not really sure. I was on the other side whenever he jumped over.
Sure. And we can kind of see that. You just kind of come around the corner, you're like, so but I guess explain where his body was in relation to the window when you said watch out.
When I told him to watch out, he was right in front of the window.
And what concerns did you have for him and why would you tell him to watch out?
Same thing. She had already assaulted an officer. It was my belief that she would do it again.
So when we see this sequence, could you hear Officer Villalobos ask, does she have anything?
I don't remember that.
Then can we go back like maybe 10 seconds? Maybe 20, yeah, that's good.
Hey, watch out. Hey, V, get up.
Did you hear him ask, did she have anything on her?
Yes.
And what was Maria Salinas' response?
I didn't hear her response.
It's okay, we'll kind of keep going back and forth. Ben, could you go back again, and actually another 20 seconds again, because I want to watch it right there. That's perfect.
Hey, watch out. Hey, V, get up. I believe she says she has a hammer.
And did you hear her also say she almost hit you?
Yes.
So, just as in you have your vantage point where you could see things that maybe the body cam couldn't. Do you know Officer Maria Salinas?
I do.
All right. Is Officer Maria Salinas somebody that if she said she had a hammer and almost hit you, that you would believe that she was
Yes.
telling the truth?
Yes, sir.
Right. Would you believe that that was something that she was actually seeing with her eyes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, at this point, and there's something that Officer Villalobos does that I'd like you to explain just from a police officer's perspective. Because we've seen this video over and over. At first, when he comes out, he draws his firearm. And then he looks back at Maria Salinas, who also has her firearm drawn, and then he switches to taser. Why would he do that?
I would assume because he just didn't want to hurt her.
Right. And then is there, when somebody else, if he can see that somebody else has lethal on her, does that make it to where if somebody's got lethal, then he can go?
Correct. That is part of our training.
So, and that would be part of your training as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
So if he has his foot in the door and he's looking back and Maria Salinas is, because you can see that Maria is drawn on her right now.
Yes, sir.
Her firearm. That would be a reason for him to switch to taser because she's got her covered on the lead.
Correct.
Okay. So, you were there that night, right?
Yes.
So, on this porch, is there a lot of room on this porch?
No, sir.
Okay. Because I think that the way that body cam lenses are, it makes distances look like they're farther. But when you were there and actually observing it, was everything pretty close together?
Yes, sir.
As far as if there's an officer on the porch, then he's got maybe a foot, couple feet of room on either side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Ben, could you please press play? So you told Officer Villalobos you told him you were like, come on, B. You hear yourself say that?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I heard somebody else saying to give her some room and just come back also. So I think we were just, at that point, we really didn't have a plan, so we were trying to get him back over so we can make one.
Right. And was the position that he was in at the time a vulnerable position for him?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because he really didn't have any room to retreat or anything like that. He's pretty close to her.
That hammer, Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I believe this is the demonstrative hammer, but just so we just avoid taking the real hammer in and out of the bag, but it's basically the same size and weight. So could you hold that for me? That's defendant's 11. Does that hammer have heft and weight to it?
Yes, sir.
If somebody hits you with that hammer, no matter how big they are, would it cause you serious bodily injury if they hit you in the head?
Yes, sir.
Because one swing of that hammer to a skull could crack your skull.
Yes, sir.
Now, anybody, any suspect that is wielding that at you as a police officer, Officer Travis Thompson, on the force right now, anybody's coming at you with that hammer, are you going to respond to them with lethal force?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because it's a deadly weapon.
And as far as that glass door that Officer Villalobos is standing in front of, is the hammer that you just hefted, is that capable of going through that glass?
Yes, sir.
If somebody takes a hammer where your face is on the other side of the glass and hits the glass with it, what possible injuries could you get?
If they hit the glass?
Yes.
You get glass in your eyes, that's pretty much going to render you incapable of doing anything else.
Right. Like defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Could cause permanent damage to your eyes.
Yes, sir.
And if you were permanently blinded, would you consider that serious bodily injury?
Yes, sir.
Of course. So, additionally, with the weight that you know of that hammer, somebody swings it through the glass and holds on to it, can the hammer travel also through the glass in their hand?
Yes.
And if it does, and your head's right there, you be hit in the head with the hammer.
Yes.
So, with Officer Villalobos standing there at the time, y'all are trying to retreat, I guess, and come up with a plan to how to figure out how to go and arrest her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as you're kind of walking through this thing, you can see that there's a lot of different officers around you, right?
Yes.
Did you notice that there were two other sergeants besides Sergeant Flores at the scene?
I don't know when I noticed, but yes, I eventually noticed. Yes, sir.
And did you hear anybody, you definitely hear everybody, will hear you included, talking about different plans and different ideas about how we're going to go in and do this. Did you hear anybody say, we're not going to go in and do this, we should just leave her there with this man and this hammer?
Not that I remember.
Right. And after somebody tries to hurt or assault a police officer, or does assault a police officer, is that a good reason to arrest that person?
Yes, sir.
And are they allowed to hide in their house and stay away from the police in order to avoid being arrested?
No, sir.
Of course. Ben, could you please move forward? Thank you.
You ain't got no warrant, you ain't got no jurisdiction. You're arresting me or you're part of the located man.
There's a window also on the side that's a back bedroom that she hasn't gone near. I mean, I've already got the screen off. Yeah, that was easy to get the screen off too. She's got all the windows behind her. Keep her occupied. I would say this window's unlocked. If we can hit her with a taser through the window and go through the door real quick. We're gonna spray on the contact. Huh? Well, that's what I'm saying. What does she have as a weapon? It's just a hammer. But if it doesn't make good contact, bro, we can just keep the foot on the door and she won't.
I think here at the point of the video, you're discussing, you guys are kind of discussing different options for how to get her under control and get her arrested.
Yes, sir.
And would you consider that the options that you're trying to discuss and that everyone around is trying to discuss is trying to do something that's not lethal to just get her arrested? Nobody's trying to hurt her.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you talked about the taser. Now with the taser, at this point when you're talking about that back bedroom, that she's not really going back that way, do you know or were you aware that there was a bedridden old man in the bedroom between the back bedroom?
At this point, no, sir.
You didn't know that?
I did not know.
And you would agree that as circumstances change, then plans may change?
Correct.
Because we had this conversation that if she were to be drawn back there toward where the old man is, that could pose a danger to him if you guys have to get in a, gun versus hammer fight back there.
Yes, sir.
Now, other officers who may have been aware of that and may have said, thank you, Officer Thompson, but we're not going to take her back that way. If they had that information and you didn't, could you understand why they may have said, maybe that's not the best idea?
Yes, sir.
And that's no fault of yours. Every officer out there just has to go with the information that they have. You agree with that?
Yes.
So, did you also hear, I guess in response, that one of the other officers said, yeah, but she's got a weapon, she's got a hammer, when you were talking about the taser?
Yes.
Have you heard the term that a taser is a tool of compliance and a gun is a tool of defense?
Correct.
Right. A taser is not a great weapon for self-defense if somebody's coming at you with a knife, hammer, or a gun.
Yes, sir.
Have you personally, in your experience with your taser training, or like in actually deploying have you ever had to deploy your taser before?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever deployed your taser when it didn't connect well?
No, sir.
So every time you've been able to deploy your taser, it's connected?
It's only been one time, and yes, sir, it connected.
Okay. Have you had training that there can be problems with the taser connecting properly?
Yeah, I've seen it multiple times. Yes, sir.
So you've seen other officers that have tried to deploy the taser and it didn't connect?
Yes, sir.
If a taser fails to connect, in your experience, can that affect the way that does it affect the way that it affects the person you're trying to tase?
No.
And I guess what I mean, maybe I can ask it a different way. If your taser fails to connect, is that person going to be controlled by the taser?
Oh, no, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because it needs the good connection in order to put the electric current through the person in order to get the compliance.
Yes, sir.
Right. As far as, I guess, have you noted in the video so far, have you noted her kind of behind the TV and kind of discussing and talking to you guys behind the TV?
Yes.
Now, when she's behind the TV, I mean, you can kind of see her from the neck up, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it hard to get a good taser connection if all they're presenting is a head?
I would say practically impossible.
Right. And of course the taser wouldn't go through the TV; it would just bounce off. Right?
Correct.
Now, as far as have you ever been trained in because there's some discussion about beanbag rounds for the shotgun?
Yes, sir.
Have you been trained in what beanbag rounds are and what they do?
Yes, sir. I'm certified. Yes, sir.
So you're certified on beanbag round shotgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in understanding with the beanbag round shotgun, if somebody takes a beanbag round to the face at less than 21 feet, can that kill them?
It could be deadly. Yes, sir.
Right. So we call it less lethal, but it's actually, it can kill a person if they're within 21 feet and they get hit in a place that, that would be, I guess, a vulnerable spot.
Yes, sir.
So, we've heard and we've seen presentation that basically from where that hallway is to where that window is, that's 16 feet. So really anywhere that she's sitting in that living room would be within that 21-foot danger zone for a beanbag shotgun.
Correct.
So having it in a small confined space and using it in that way could still be lethal and cause death.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then can you press play, please?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then as soon as if we see her drop, dude, get in there. So this door is open, right? Does anybody have less lethal with you guys? I mean, we can taser through the window and then just bust through the door if it makes good contact. Does anybody have a rifle with less lethal? Hey, does anybody got beanbags? Shotgun? Beanbags? Sarge got it. Which one is it? This one right here. This one. Yeah, look at it. This one, yeah, he reaches the window and unlocks it. So let's just go ahead. This one right here. How did you reach? Well, he's tall as hell. And she was in the home alone, right? No, she's got, it's a bedroom.
Is that your voice saying she is home alone, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And they said, no, she's got an old man in there or something in response.
Correct.
Okay. Why did you ask that question?
Just to see if there was any other potential threats or anything inside the house.
I guess that's a good point. We heard from retired Sergeant Miller talk about, you could have a plan and then her 4 grown sons come out from some room somewhere and all of a sudden that would change the plan, right?
Correct.
Now, have you also been taught and trained that if somebody is either helpless or not able to fend for themselves, that is a consideration in the totality of the circumstances for what action officers need to take?
Yes.
All right. And so a bedridden old man in this bedroom that's between the back bedroom and the living room, would you consider that as part of the totality of the circumstances of what everybody's out there trying to do that?
Yes, sir.
Is it important, and do you have a duty to protect innocent life?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have a duty to arrest violent offenders?
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Contact person, keep communicating with her. She has that, she has a family, so she do what we have to do. But hopefully we can get something better than these are the people who
What's your name?
You already know my name.
I wasn't here, so what's your name?
My name's Melissa Perez. My name's the one who's being harassed all across America.
Miss Perez, you don't want to come on and talk to me?
No, because I'm gonna get arrested because I already know the way it works.
Okay, so you know that you're gonna get arrested.
But no, they shut my door down without no warrant.
So,
They shut my window down without no
why don't
warrant.
you tell me why I'm here for right now? Can you tell me why?
Because I'm shutting my door down and they're making accusations that aren't it.
Okay, but what did we come here for in the first place?
So why did they shut my door down in the first place?
That's what I'm asking. Why are we here in the first place? Why did officers come to this location in the first
Shut my
place?
door down.
No. They tore the door down once they were already here. Okay, I'm asking what happened before that made them come here.
I was talking to the fire department.
Okay,
On
all
a
right.
confidential conversation.
Okay.
2 officers came and disrespected me.
Okay,
Tried to arrest me.
Okay.
Like they done previously.
okay. Okay.
And I'm not having that pre-arrest false accusation again.
So let me talk to you about this, okay?
So, Officer Thompson, in your discussions with Melissa Perez, what is the reason she is saying she will not come out and not cooperate?
She knows we're going to arrest her.
Right. And even though it may not be, I guess I want to talk about the difference between smart and rational. It may not be smart to not cooperate and come out to be arrested, but it is rational to not want to be arrested. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So my point being is she's not saying I'm not coming out because, you guys y'all are demons that are going to, possess me or something. She's not saying something that's irrational. She's telling you something that's rational. I don't want to get arrested. That's why I'm not coming out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As she's speaking to you, and as you've kind of been here and watching your body camera, where has she pretty consistently kept herself positioned?
Right in front of the TV.
Right. And I guess in front of it being on the other side.
Yes, sir.
From you.
Yes, sir.
Now, in that position, does that help her to not be tased and to not be, I guess, targeted with a beanbag round?
Yes, sir.
Because as a beanbag certified shotgun person, you would never shoot just a head over a TV at 8 feet or 6 feet with a beanbag round.
Correct.
Because kill her.
Yes, sir.
And if she's not presenting a threat, just standing here at the TV, and you killed her, that would be a problem. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, as far as tasers, tasers are definitely way less lethal than a beanbag round at that distance. You wouldn't have any concerns if she'd come out and present her full body, getting her with the taser.
Correct.
Again, talking about the taser though, come out, present her full body without being armed and coming at officers with a weapon, because that would be no more need for compliance, it's more need for defense. You would agree with that?
Yes.
The way that she's operating with that television, does it seem to you, as watching the video and from your memory, that she was intentionally standing back there to not allow you guys to be able to do some of those other methods?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we push play down?
No matter what happened, okay, whether they kicked the door in, whatever happened, okay? No, but listen. I know, but listen. But listen, okay? It doesn't negate the fact. Okay.
Listen to me what I'm telling you.
I heard what you had to
I'm
say.
being harassed with my elderly man that I picked up from the street.
Okay. So if you're getting harassed by him, why did you pick him up from the street?
I'm getting harassed by police. Because they took my door down and knocked my picture down from Jesus.
Okay. Okay.
And you think that's right? You think that's respect? They ain't got no right to turn my door down.
Okay.
Or my window.
Okay.
Or my screen.
Okay.
That's my issue.
That's your
You
issue.
need a warrant. And you don't got one.
I think you're a little bit wrong on that, but
I think I'm very right on that. I know my law.
I don't think you do, but
I know my law.
okay, what section of the law is that?
Pause it, please, Ben. Thank you. So, Officer Thompson, what is this tactic, or what is this technique that you are doing here? What are you trying to do here?
For the most part, I'm just trying to keep her calm, but also keep her engaged with me. That way she's focused on us. But ultimately, I'm trying to just get her to come out on her own.
And we see that you've talked to her. You're pushing back on some of the things she said, which is because that's just part of what you're doing is in that conversation trying to rationalize with her that, you know, like you committed a crime and come out. Did you hear earlier that Maria Salinas also said, you know what you did? You assaulted one of our officers. Did you hear her say that? Yeah. So she's being told the reason why you guys are there and the reason why she has to come out to be arrested. And then you're continuing, I think, to try to continue that conversation with her to let her know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is your goal that night, was your goal to try to do whatever you guys could and whatever you could to have her come out peacefully, without a fight, to be arrested and to go to jail
Yes, sir.
for the offense of assaulting Jonathan Salinas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess you, originally when we first heard the first two voices, the second voice we heard while y'all are at the rail, that was Officer Villalobos standing next to you.
Yes, sir.
Like, why are we out here? What happened? And then you jump in and then you kind of take over the conversation, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as you talked about kind of keep her attention on you, did you also know that people are trying to figure out a plan behind you to figure out how to go in and get her?
I did hear some talking behind me. I didn't really hear a plan or anything like that.
Sure, but I guess, could you assume that that's what's going on, and it's important that if you're talking to her, she can't, like, hear and see, listen to what's going on back there?
Yes, sir.
Ben, can you play, please? Thank you.
What section of the law?
Yeah, go ahead and
Section
take
of my rights.
Oh, the section of your rights.
When you don't got a warrant,
Okay.
you cannot come in unless you got a warrant.
That's not true at all. Okay. So I'm asking you to come out and talk with us peacefully. Okay. Okay.
I don't need to talk to somebody who's tearing my door down and harassing me. And
Well, I didn't tear your door down. I just got
shining the
here.
light in his face along with mine, and then tearing my screen door.
Okay.
That's harassment.
Okay. So would you
I'm
like?
police.
So would you like to come out and talk to us?
No,
Okay. So you're gonna make us go in.
you don't got a warrant to come in.
I don't need one. I've already explained that to you.
I'm explaining to you, you need a warrant.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the judge has to say about it. Okay.
We'll see.
We'll figure it out at that point. Okay.
What do I have to say?
Okay, so Officer Thompson, we hear you say, well, we'll see what the judge has to say about it, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was going to be arrested, and then at that point she could fight whether we needed a warrant or not.
Right, because instead of trying to kill a police officer, that's what we do.
What's the step?
Okay, so I guess explain that then. She would be arrested, and then if she were gonna fight, she could fight it with the judge. I guess contrast that to what she was trying to do. What is the difference?
So she just didn't want to come out. She believed that we didn't need a warrant, and there was nothing that was going to change her mind at that point.
And was she willing to, I guess, assault police officers in order to prevent you from arresting her?
Yes, sir.
And as far as with the judge, like, have you seen or heard about a motion to suppress?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you know generally that is, somebody comes to court and says that arrest was not a good arrest, or that evidence you seized was not good evidence because you needed a warrant?
Yes, sir.
And is that the peaceful, lawful, rational, correct thing to do?
Yes, sir.
Right. Trying to kill a police officer, you would agree, is incorrect.
Correct.
Okay. So, then can you press play, please? Thank you.
Like I said, one way or another, what's gonna happen is gonna happen, okay? I'm trying to explain the law to you so that this doesn't escalate.
You don't gotta explain it like you do the law.
So before this has to get complicated, can you please just come out so we don't have to use force or anything like that?
No,
Why not?
because I already know what's gonna happen.
And so if it's gonna
Yeah.
happen regardless, what's gonna happen?
So I guess what you're saying to her is, you said you don't want this to escalate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why, I guess, try to take us back to what's in your mind at the time. So why are you worried that it's going to escalate?
So I knew at that point that she was under arrest. We had authority to go in and arrest her. It's just inherently more dangerous to go inside of the apartment. It's just inherently more dangerous to go inside the apartment and do it in there.
And I guess then we need to go back a little bit to one, I think that was probably about, yeah, pretty close. Okay, and and so if you're trying not to escalate, is that another way of saying that your conversation here is an attempt to de-escalate
Yes, sir.
what's going on? And was your attempts at de-escalation successful?
No, sir.
Right. Have you seen in your experience as a patrol officer, have you seen that that when somebody is intoxicated, like heavily intoxicated, that it hinders your ability to de-escalate situations?
Yes, sir.
Why is that in your experience?
I'm not really sure. Just normally speaking with really drunk people, they don't listen to reason. There's really nothing you can say. They just believe what they're going to believe, and there's nothing else you can do about it.
And was that experience that you've had with heavily intoxicated people, is that similar to the experience you're having on video right now with Melissa Perez?
Yes, sir.
All right. In this conversation that you had with her, did she ever tell you that she's Elvis's daughter?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that she had been kidnapped by the cartel?
No.
All right. Did she ever tell you that the FBI was listening to her through the wires in the fire alarm?
No.
Right. And you would agree that basically the times that you were around her were the times that Officer Villalobos was around her because you arrived at the same time.
Yes, sir.
All right. And we can see on the other officers whether or not she had ever said that in their presence. But I guess my point being is, to you, right there, not on a mental health call, is she acting like an intoxicated, violent suspect?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, then can we push her?
And so if it's gonna happen regardless, what's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen? Tell us what is gonna happen.
Like previously, I've been arrested for false accusations.
Okay.
I'm not having it anymore.
This isn't false. There's something
This is
you
false
did.
accusations because you came and tore my door down.
Okay. with you and very
If you want to
cordial.
be conventional, you respect that elderly man that I picked up on the street, and you respect my property, and you respect my apartment.
We are trying to. If you would just come out, then your apartment, nothing's gonna happen to it.
You want me to come out so you can arrest me?
Well, it's either you come out and we arrest you, or we go in and we arrest you.
Well, I'm not, you know what? I'm not going that way. I'm not going 45 days again for false accusations because I've been there, done that 3 times.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, we try to do this very peacefully.
You need a warrant.
No, we
You
don't.
ain't got a warrant.
I promise you, I don't.
So if we had a warrant, you come out peacefully?
If you had a warrant, let the judge give you a warrant.
Okay, so hold on. Hypothetically, if we had a warrant, would
You
you?
need a warrant. Don't act stupid.
So that's what I'm saying. What if we had one? Would you come outside?
You don't have a warrant.
Okay, but if we had,
If we have,
If you have a warrant for what?
it's difficult
If
for the
you have a
warrant.
warrant for what?
So now,
Exactly. You don't even know for what.
All right, I guess you know that was Officer Alejandro saying, well, okay, what if we had one?
Yes, sir.
Next, her response to that is, had a warrant for what? Had she been told in your presence what you were here for and what she had done?
Yes, sir.
And that was assaulting a peace officer.
Yes, sir.
So even though she had been told that, when Officer Alejandro said, well, what if we did have a warrant? She still refused to acknowledge that she had done anything wrong that would require you to get a warrant.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, let's say you had a piece of paper, which the jury's been instructed was not needed, so it's not an issue. But even if you did, that piece of paper, based on your conversation with her, would that have made her go, okay, I'll come out now and be arrested?
No, sir.
Right, because she was still not coming out even if there was a warrant,
Correct.
as far as what you can see her.
From my belief, yes.
Right. So, if there was a piece of paper that was with you guys on the scene and maybe one of the sergeants was holding it in his pocket here, would you still have to go in and get it?
Yes.
Right. And still have to try to go into the house and make an arrest and forcefully enter the house to make an arrest?
Yes.
All right.
does it
And
matter?
a warrant for what? Explain to me. You're the officer, right?
You seem to know more than me. You seem to know more than me, so you tell me what the warrants would be for.
No, you're the one who's harassing me, so you tell me what the warrant is for.
Just got here. I just
Yeah, we're good. Look, hey, we're just trying to help you.
You're not helping me because you're harassing me.
How are we harassing you?
Because you're shining the lights, taking my door down.
Are you sure that was me?
That was the other gentleman. They kicked my door down. That's why I kicked it down.
Is your door kicked down right now, though?
They kicked it down. They turned down pictures and they turned off the screen.
If it was kicked down, we'd be inside. Don't you think that makes sense?
Don't act stupid because you know what? The camera rolling.
What's wrong?
That's ridiculous.
What's
Don't
wrong?
embarrass yourself, sir.
I'm asking you what's rolling.
The camera.
What
The
camera?
camera's rolling. Trust me.
What camera?
There's cameras rolling.
Where? Tell me where they're at.
Especially for the officer who took down my door.
Well, tell me where they're at so we can make sure we get that as evidence.
I got plenty of evidence.
Exactly, and now we'd like to see that because we're in the wrong.
So, Officer Thompson, as it seems and appears that now Officer Alejandro has kind of taken over trying to speak to her. You've spoken to her for a while. You haven't gotten through to her, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now Officer Alejandro is trying to speak to her in the same way, keep her engaged, keep her occupied, keep her in that room so she's not roaming around or going somewhere else where the other officers are.
Yes, sir.
Right. And then I guess you see, I believe it's Sergeant Flores, but you see somebody come up and tap Alejandro and say, did you hear kind of what he was saying?
I wasn't able to tell what he was saying.
It's hard to hear, but obviously, because this is pretty close to when things happen. But, tapping him and saying, hey, does it look like he's communicating like, hey, this is what we're about to do?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Ben, can we go back a little bit? And then Alejandro confirms, he goes, okay, and still talking.
I got plenty of evidence.
Exactly, and now we'd like to see that because we're in the wrong.
Does it seem like he's being communicated, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and he says, okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. Can you push play? Thank you.
Hey, so if we have all this evidence,
Hold on, Hold on.
You ain't never worked.
Okay, so right here, and we can see that Melissa Perez is pointing at me, at Officer Villalobos. Has everybody been able to see her hands and to see that they were empty right before, immediately before she's pointing?
Yes.
All right. We've asked this question before, is it better to go against an armed suspect or an unarmed suspect?
Unarmed.
And at the time that she's discussing it, and that she's been talking to you, and from all you can see, she doesn't have that hammer in her hand.
Yes.
Now, this is gonna move kind of fast, but I want you to just, if you could, keep your attention on Melissa Perez and watch what she does as she sees that Officer Villalobos is coming over.
Okay, watch out. Go. Hey, watch out.
Pause. Okay. Now, Judge Manislaville,
Yes.
so were you able to see that she kind of has her hands where the officers can see him? She sees him come over and she starts running back, looking like she grabbed something.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, because of what we see right here, we know that she had to get off the TV, turn around and run back, and then grab the hammer before then coming back to use the hammer.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Ben, if we could back it up again, just play that and we'll play it through the first shot.
Hold on.
You ain't never worked.
Okay, watch out. Go. Hey, watch out.
All right. Now, is that you saying, watch out, B?
Yes, sir.
Why are you saying that?
Because I saw her running towards the window.
And did you see what she had in her hand when she was doing it?
At the point, and not until she raised it over, I did not see that she had a hammer.
Okay. So you weren't even aware she had the hammer, but you said, watch out, B.
Yes, sir.
Now, obviously once you see her with it like this, you are aware that she has the hammer.
Yes.
And were you able to see her break that glass with the hammer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ben, can you go back a little bit?
Hold on.
You ain't never worked.
Okay, watch out. Go. Hey, watch out.
Okay. In that part of the video, do you see Officer Villalobos like trying to open the door?
I didn't check.
okay.
I
Can
didn't
we
see
go back?
it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. There's a lot going on.
Hold on.
You ain't never worked.
Okay, watch out.
Do you see him trying to open that door?
Yes, sir.
Had you heard earlier, had it been kind of passed back and passed around that B had been able to unlock that door?
Yes, sir.
Was that, in your mind, at the time that this is happening, in your mind, was that door unlocked based on what you had heard?
I would assume so. Yes, sir.
Right. Now, because you didn't try it yourself, but Officer Villalobos and others had said, Sarge, the door's unlocked.
Correct.
And you were aware of that too.
Yes, sir.
And he's acting as if he believes it's unlocked
Yes.
by trying to open it.
Yes.
Rather than trying to kick it or something else.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you go for it, please?
Hey, watch out.
And right there, after the first round of shots, I guess you know now that she wasn't hit by any of those shots.
Yes.
Right, because because she goes back and then she runs back again, and that's the second volley that we see.
Yes, sir.
When, if somebody is not, I guess as a police officer, even if I don't know, have you ever had a fire weapon while you?
No, sir.
Okay. But are you trained you are medically trained, I know, because you helped give medical assistance after she was shot.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you know that it's hard to tell for police officers if they've had to use their weapon, it's hard to tell if the person has been shot or not,
Yes.
unless they can see the evidence of the injury. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in a situation like this, because you were out there, even though you didn't fire at the time, you were out there, you wouldn't have been able to see or know whether or not those first 5 rounds, any of those rounds had actually hit her.
No, sir.
And the other officers wouldn't know that either.
I would assume, yes, sir.
Unless you could see that there was actual evidence of injury, or unless she reacted in a way that showed that she got shot.
Yes, sir.
I'll refresh. So, Dave, can you press play? And pause. Okay, at this moment, on your body cam, what do we see you doing?
I drew my weapon.
Right. Why did you draw your weapon?
Because, well, one, there was shots being fired, and then two, she was coming back.
And as far as you know, at the time that you're drawing, and even though shots are fired, are you still able to know for sure whether or not any of these shots have hit her?
No, sir.
Okay. And then Ben, can you go forward a little bit?
She's down. She's hit. I know she's hit.
Shots fired.
Watch out. Let me get over.
Thank you, Leah. Let me turn on this. Turn off this.
Hammer down. Hey, hold on. Put the hammer down. Hey, she still got the hammer.
You got pushed off then? Okay. And so one of the things that we see on that part is, even though you're the one that calls out that she's down, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you're able, I guess from your vantage point in the window, you're able to see that she is down.
Yes, sir.
Once you call out she's down, does one officer fire after that?
No, sir.
All right. And that's what you're trained to do. They're down, stop firing if the threat's no longer a threat.
Correct.
Right. So you still, even though you didn't fire, you still did use your taser and you looked to make sure that where that hammer was.
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I've seen it in the past where people will go down, but then they'll come back up and be a threat again.
And so is the hammer, did she still have it with her when you were calling that out?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And you called out, she still got the hammer.
Yes, sir.
And then did you see Officer Villalobos take the hammer away from her hand and then put it over, I guess, away from her?
Yes, sir.
And that would be something common to do to make sure that the threat is neutralized in these types of situations.
Yes, sir.
And we have seen, and we've asked other people about it, but, and I believe it was probably you, we won't go through it and watch that part, that you handcuffed her after she had been shot.
Yes, sir.
I know that for people who aren't used to that might seem cruel or something that you shouldn't do, but tell us about your training when it comes to that.
Yeah, so like I said, she could still potentially be a threat, so we always handcuff them in order for us to provide first aid or whatever else we're going to do.
And did you do everything, once you got into that apartment, did you do everything that you could, and did you observe Officer Villalobos doing everything that he could to preserve her life after she was shot?
Yes, sir.
Was it important to you to put, like the chest seals and the other medical aid that you were rendering, was it important to you, even though she was a suspect, even though she had attacked an officer, even though she had been shot, was it important to you to do everything in your power to preserve her life?
Yes, sir.
And can you assume that Officer Villalobos, who has the same training and was reacting in the same way you were, was doing the same as well?
Yes.
Officer Alejandro, I believe, also came in to try to render aid before they were taken out because they've been the people who actually fired the shots. Unfortunately, you weren't able to. Their aid you were able to render was not enough, and she didn't survive. But was it your goal and your hope that she would?
Yes.
So, I want to kind of, since you were there, you had an angle that was just right to the left of Officer Alejandro. You could see Sergeant Flores, your sergeant, and you could see Officer Villalobos, who was your partner for that night, over the rail. You could see their positions, and you saw and you were witness to the shots that were fired. Were you in any of their positions, would you have felt it reasonable and immediately necessary for you to use deadly force on Melissa Perez?
For sure for Villalobos and Flores, since they were inside the patio.
Right. And for Alejandro, would you believe that Alejandro would have to use deadly force in order to protect his sergeant, in order to protect Officer Villalobos?
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about, for those two, it's protect themselves and their own life. For Alejandro, it's to protect a third person.
Correct.
And do you have a duty to protect your fellow officers even if you may not be the person that's in a meeting.
Yes, sir.
And for instance, one of the reasons you drew your firearm is because if she did continue to present a threat to Alejandro, Villalobos, or Sergeant Flores, then you would have shot her yourself.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
Officer Thompson, good afternoon.
Right, members of the jury, let's take a short break.
All right, for the jury.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense?
It's my turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, stay.
Officer Thompson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You know, before we broke, Mr. Goss had asked you if you had done everything possible to preserve her life after she was shot. You remember him asking me that?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask that question a little differently. I want to ask if you and your team have done everything to preserve her life before she was shot.
Yes.
You believe that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that in the early mornings of June 23rd, 2023, that yourself, Nathaniel, Villalobos, Eleazar Alejandro, and Alfred Flores were on duty working as police officers for the city of San Antonio,
Yes, sir.
and that each of you and them were wearing their SAPD uniform, acting under color of their employment as a public servant,
Correct.
and that in the event we just watched, and that you watched back in June 23rd of 2023, that each of them fired their duty-issued firearm multiple times at or in the direction of a woman, that is Melissa Perez.
Yes.
And as a trained police officer, you were aware that by pulling the trigger of that firearm, it would cause an explosion of gunpowder that would propel a bullet rapidly in her direction.
Yes.
And from your training and experience, firing a bullet at someone is an act clearly dangerous to human life, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And that for every bullet fired at Melissa Perez that did not strike her was nevertheless a threat of serious bodily injury to her, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's a higher offense to cause the death of someone than simply to threaten them with serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that when a bullet strikes a human being, that it will rip through flesh and cause serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, sir.
In fact, have you personally seen the damage that a bullet can do when it strikes an object?
Yes, sir.
And you have the same training, likely the same experiences as these men?
Yes, sir.
And as a police officer, have you had a lot of training with your firearms?
Yes, sir.
I mean, does it require weekly or monthly proficiency testing? How often?
Yearly.
Yearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a requirement in the academy to be have proficiency testing, right?
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't just include how accurate you are, but how you use your firearm.
Correct.
And when to use your firearm.
Yes, sir.
Because it's important.
Yes, sir.
And are all officers of the San Antonio Police Department required to take that kind of training?
Yes, sir. That I know of.
Would you agree that in your experience of this crime scene or so, that you saw no evidence that Ms. Perez was a threat of physical harm to anyone except for a person trying to enter her home?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase it, repeat it?
Based on what you saw and observed there at the crime scene, would you agree that you saw no evidence that Melissa Perez was a threat of physical harm to anyone except for a person trying to enter her home?
Judge, I object to this. This is a backdoor way of trying to say that the officers didn't have a right to arrest her. And so the court has already given an instruction to the jury, and this is a violation of that instruction. It's not relevant under 401, 402, 403. And it's a backdoor way of trying to say officer created peril is the cause of death. And we'd ask that the objection be sustained and the jury be instructed to disregard.
You can rephrase your question.
Well, his perception is not my question, Your Honor.
Correct, that's why I'm asking you to rephrase.
Did you see any evidence of Ms. Perez being a threat of physical harm to anyone except for the officers trying to enter into her home?
Objection, he's still trying to make it contingent upon the officers trying to make an arrest, and this is improper given the court's ruling.
Yeah, the only relevance to that question is to try to, again, suggest to the jury that the officers did not have the right to enter her home, which it's been I don't know how much further we can establish that that is just not the case. She had no right to use force to defend her home.
Your Honor, I'm not saying that in the question. What I'm saying is the state has to have an opportunity to ask questions and give cross-examination in the same way that they do. And if they've asked questions about whether or not she was a reasonable threat to people, then I should be able to ask whether she presented a threat in his view.
You can ask that question.
Okay. Would you agree that you saw no evidence that Ms. Perez was a threat of physical harm to anyone in your presence prior to the shooting?
No.
Okay. Tell me what threat you saw her engage in.
She charged at officers multiple times while I was on scene that I saw her. Yes,
okay.
sir.
She charged at them, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you said you didn't see the hammer.
She did. She had the hammer.
Well, did you say a few minutes ago that you did not see the hammer?
Correct. Yes, sir. Whenever... yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to get clear on what you said. That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my objection is that he heard Melissa, he heard Maria Salinas say that she had charged with a hammer, and he testified that he believed her and believed that what she saw was correct.
That doesn't mean he observed it, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. Does the San Antonio Police Department have a mental health unit trained to respond to incidences involving persons suspected of going through a mental health crisis?
Yes, sir.
And did they back then?
I don't believe so. I believe we had a mental health unit, but I don't think they had a unit at that time that would respond at night.
Okay, and as you as officers in your training at the academy and in your in-service trainings, et cetera, have you been trained to recognize the signs of someone having a mental health crisis?
Yes, sir.
Why is that important if it is?
So that we can assess the situation properly.
Okay. And in your assessment of the situation, did you hear her talking about cameras watching everything?
I did hear her, yes, sir.
She said it repeatedly, didn't she, in the time that you were there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That clue you in on any kind of suspected mental health issue?
Actually, they were all wearing body cameras where everything is on video. I mean, of course there were cameras everywhere. And of course she knew that at the time. I don't think it's a fair claim.
That's not a legitimate objection, Your Honor.
All right, let me hear the question.
I'm sorry?
Let me hear the question. You can ask the next one.
Okay. Would you agree that her persistent and repeated comments about there's cameras, the whole world is watching, I've got cameras, or everything's being recorded, include that there perhaps could be a mental health issue?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that her seemingly persistence at refusing to be arrested despite the untoward cost in taking that action could be a sign of mental health issues?
Yes, sir.
I believe I read your statement. You had heard that she had cut fire alarm wires. Did you hear that? Did you know that when you were there?
I did know that while I was there, yes, sir.
Okay, and is that the kind of crime that perhaps somebody having a mental health issue would cut fire alarm wires?
I wouldn't say it's specific to that. I mean, some people are just trying to steal the wire and stuff.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say just because of that she was having a mental health crisis.
But perhaps a clue combined with other things?
Yes, sir.
Right. So did you or any members of your team out there have any conversations about mental health issues and contacting the mental health unit?
Not that I remember.
So I heard you testify as your position that your colleagues, I mean, frankly, your friends, right?
Yes, sir.
Were justified in shooting Ms. Perez, right?
Yes, sir.
That's your position, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know you went to the academy with Villalobos, right?
Correct.
And you were assigned to the same patrol area of town?
Yes, sir.
Would you see her every day? Would you see him every day?
For a little bit, mainly just at roll call.
Okay. And it's not your testimony that their conduct was an accident, right?
Correct.
It's not your testimony that these officers acted involuntarily in shooting at her, right?
No, sir.
I mean, from what you've described and the reasons for your conclusion, you know that they shot at her intentionally,
Yes, sir.
right?
And Judge will stipulate that it was intentional. Of course it was intentional. And there's no dispute whatsoever over here that it wasn't.
And you and the other officers at the scene were not surprised that Melissa Perez would charge at the door when the officers came in and sought entry, when Officer Villalobos and Officer Flores attempted entry. That wasn't a surprise to you, right?
It was kind of a surprise to me.
I mean, you know she'd done that at least twice before,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's certainly something that could have been anticipated, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
I mean, actually expected.
I don't know if I would have expected it.
Okay. Would you agree that you had plenty of time to consider other options besides the options that were pursued?
Judge, I'm going to object. This gets into tactical decisions. Tactics is not relevant to any issue under 401, 402, 403. And in addition, this is an attempt to suggest causation under 6.04 of the Texas Penal Code, which it's not. Clearly, Texas Penal Code 38.03 does not permit someone to resist an arrest, whether lawful or not, and there's no provision in Chapter 9 which permits someone to resist arrest, and the Supreme Court of the United States in Barnes v. Felix and also in Graham v. Connor have refused to acknowledge officer-created danger as a reason to conclude that an officer acted unreasonably. So this is irrelevant and improper, and we'd ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that.
Additionally, speculation, because he's asking him to determine what time that they had for their decisions. And so it's also speculation.
Your Honor, the jury will be instructed that in evaluating the officer's reasonable belief, that it goes to when and to the degree that they felt that force is necessary, and it's an appropriate question.
Right, I'll overrule the objection.
I mean, at the time this happened, was there any imminent threat to anyone when they decided to go to the door in the seconds before she was shot?
There was a risk of threat to somebody, yes, sir.
Okay, who was the risk of threat to?
I would say the disabled person inside.
Okay. Did you ever go check on that person?
No, sir.
Did anyone, in the time that you were there, go check on that person?
From the inside or?
From the outside?
I believe officers did check on him.
Well, I mean, have you watched your video recently, your body-worn camera?
It's been a couple weeks.
Your Honor, the witness is correct. The officers did go check on him. We've all seen that happen several times.
Your Honor, we can't have counsel testifying. If he wants to leave this area and come to this area, we welcome that.
All right. Let's go to the next question. There's an objection that there's not an objection.
Well, yes, Your Honor, but I guess it's an unfair question, is what I'm saying. So it's an argumentative question the way that he's asking me.
Okay, let's hear the next question.
When you arrived at the scene, you kind of went around the perimeter of the building, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when going around the perimeter of the building, you approached the patio.
Correct.
You wandered off to the left.
Yes, sir.
You skipped the very next window, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to around the corner of the building and peered into the far bedroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it was empty?
Yes, sir.
Had bunk beds in it?
I believe so, yes, sir.
You pointed out, and you said so there, that those windows were all unlocked, or open,
Yes, sir.
right? You recognize that, right?
Yes.
And then you walked down, further down the perimeter of the building and looked into her bedroom.
I don't remember, or which one is her bedroom, I
Well,
guess.
there was another room next to the one where the bunk beds were,
Okay, yes, sir.
okay? And those windows were open,
Yes, sir.
right? I mean, you looked at that, right? So you could see in each one of those windows, they were all open,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay, and then you went back and you met with Sergeant Flores and others and discussed what you had seen,
Yes, sir.
right? And in the course of that, you didn't even realize that there was an old man in the bedroom right across, in the very next room from where the living room was.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Never
Correct.
looked in there.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And then after some events had happened, you then learned, after everyone had decided you're going in to arrest her, that there was a man in that room.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I mean, you'd already decided we're going in to get her,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay, and so, I mean, you weren't there for those conversations beforehand, but you know the decision was already made about how we're going to do it, not if we're going to do it.
I would say so, yes, sir.
Right? And you were offering suggestions on how to do it, were you not?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the suggestions you had?
Just tasing her through the window.
Yeah, and when you said that, just taser, right? Officer Selena said, well, she has a hammer, dude, right? And what did you say?
Taser.
Taser, right?
Yes, sir.
Seemed to be a very easy solution to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you had all the open windows.
Correct.
And then you mentioned about the door, about keeping her from leaving the door. What did you say about the door? Do you remember?
I believe I said just pin the door.
You just keep your foot on it.
Yeah.
She's not coming out. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you recognize those things, within 5 minutes of being there,
Correct. Yes, sir.
right? So, would you say if the concern was for the old man in the other room, who you never saw, granted, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know where he was positioned in that room?
I did not know.
Would it surprise you that he was right next to the open window?
I don't know where she was positioned, or where he was positioned.
Yeah, but I mean, if you had 15 officers there and you were concerned about his well-being, couldn't his well-being have been protected by having an officer stand right next to him outside the open window?
They could have. Yes, sir.
I mean, really, wouldn't that be very protective to be standing right next to the man?
Yes, sir.
Right? And would it surprise you that during videos of other officers, she can be seen carrying the hammer around into the apartment, into his room, and not a single officer goes to that room because they're concerned for him? Would that surprise you?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, would it
yeah.
surprise you if they were afraid for her? If they were afraid for him? That they wouldn't come to protect it, to come to his aid?
I'll object to speculation, and we all know that it would be impossible for us to see her come into that room with a hammer without an officer being there. Those are the only cameras that were present. So it's speculation, and it's just an impossibility, so it's an argumentative question.
Okay. Whether you saw it or not, okay? If you as an officer, all right, believed that there was a helpless person in a room next to where Melissa was, right? And you know you had an abundance of resources and officers and devices that could be deployed to protect that man. Wouldn't you take the action to do so if you had a genuine fear that something would happen to him?
I think that's what happened.
You think that's what happened?
I think that's what happened.
Okay, from what you were told later?
No.
You didn't have that reason.
Well, the reason that we were going in to get her was to protect him as well.
I'm saying, don't actions speak louder than words?
Yes.
Right? And in fact, if you listen to the words are, we're going to get her because she assaulted an officer. That's why they were going to get her.
Correct.
Right? The words were never, this man's in danger. Mm-hmm. I've seen her pose a threat to this man. Let's protect this man. Did you ever hear that said?
I did not.
You did not. And you didn't see any efforts to protect that man, other than arresting her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's talk about the non-lethal force options you had available to you.
Sorry, Your Honor, I would like to make clear, though, that for this witness, the court did make a ruling that there was exigency for this witness in this hearing and in this particular proceeding. So all of these questions trying to cross-examine him on the lack of exigency, the court has ruled that there was. So we object to that line of questioning.
I haven't asked that question, Ron.
Well, that's what all those questions are. It's questioning him about whether they actually thought that the old man was in danger. The court ruled that the old man was. So,
Right. They've asked all their witnesses about these same things. I can simply ask these same questions about what was being perceived as the reasons for their entry.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the door was open to bid, so I'll let the state ask that.
Now, you could have engaged and employed a plan that took advantage of some of the non-lethal force options that you talked about a moment ago.
Correct.
Tasers,
Correct.
right? Shield,
Yes, sir.
right?
I don't know if we had a shield on scene, but yes.
Okay, I mean, think about it. You know what a shield is,
Correct.
right? Consider whether a shield would be an adequate protection for somebody that feared an impact weapon such as a hammer, okay?
Okay.
Would you say a shield would be a pretty effective device against an impact weapon like a hammer,
If you're able to block it, yes.
right? I mean, certainly someone who is physically more gifted or trained handling a shield could protect himself or herself from someone 5'1", 130 pounds, from being threatened by serious bodily injury or death by having that shield, right?
Correct.
I mean, the person might be able to drop it on their foot, right? It might be able to hurt them with it in some way, maybe a risk of bodily injury, but there's really no risk of serious bodily injury if you've got a shield.
I'm gonna
Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm going to object. This is predicated upon tactics, which the court has already ruled is not an appropriate area of inquiry, and we would object under 401, 402, and 403. And also, under the law, there's insufficient causation under 6.04 that the choice of tactics caused the complainant to unlawfully resist arrest in violation of 38.03B2. And we'd ask that the court sustain the objection and instruct the jury to disregard.
All right, I'm going to let you explain.
Okay. If you were getting ready to engage with somebody who had an impact weapon, like a hammer, right?
Okay.
And you felt that the danger, that would provide a danger to you, this confrontation with the person with a hammer, let's say, right?
Okay.
And you had a shield available to you, okay? If you were truly afraid of the person with the hammer, would the shield be a resource that you would like to deploy?
Objection, Your Honor. This is an improper hypothetical. The defensive justification must be viewed from the standpoint of the defendants at the time. There's no evidence whatsoever that the defendants had possession of a shield or had control of the person who reportedly had a shield. So this is an improper hypothetical and does not go to the issue of justification as the facts are presented, and it's an improper hypothetical. It's not relevant under 401, 402, or 403.
Your Honor, the body-worn cameras that have already been admitted, you can hear Officer Villalobos mention the shield that's present right there at the scene. I don't know where he gets that from.
Your Honor, could I take the witness on board?
Yes.
Just because I don't know. Officer Thompson, have you do you carry a shield as part of patrol, or have you ever been the shield guy?
I've been trained, yes, but
Okay,
normally I don't have it with me.
You do have training and experience with the shield?
Correct.
And the shield, would that be like a standard kind of police issue or department, like ballistic shield?
Yes, sir.
And when they train you on a shield, they train that the shield is for guns, shooting at the shield?
Correct.
Right. Have they trained you, and do they train you or anyone about hammers on the shield.
Not that I can recall.
Right, because hammers go around and up and in and out and can cause serious bodily injury even if you're holding a shield. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Because a bullet doesn't go around the shield, it just goes directly into it.
Yes, sir.
And in your training, behind the shield, is there usually somebody that actually has a firearm that's going in, and if you attack the person with the shield, they shoot the person who's attacked?
Normally, yes, sir.
Right. So even if you go in with the shield, if she comes against the shield,
Object to leading.
the person is going to shoot her anyway. I understand. That concludes my report. All right. Since he's had that training, I think he can answer this question.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Okay. I know it's a long question.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, let's consider Officer Villalobos, okay? If he's aware there's a shield there, okay, at the scene, right? And his only fear, or legitimate fear, or perceived fear, his only knowledge of a weapon would be either a candle or a hammer, okay? If he was afraid or concerned for someone hitting him with a hammer or throwing a hammer on him, wouldn't grabbing the shield demonstrate that concern?
Judge, for Officer Villalobos, that's kind of like a law school exam question of what speculation is, and this is not an expert witness. And so we would ask that be sustained on speculation, and the jury instructed to disregard it.
Additionally, on behalf of Eleazar Alejandro, the question limits itself to Nathaniel Villalobos and doesn't specify a moment in time. And this is improper in that it suggests that all of the defendants were not entitled to defend themselves against Melissa Perez unlawful use of deadly force at 20207-20213. And we have to reiterate that there is no court opinion or statute that says that tactics are relevant under Rule of Evidence 401, 402, or 403, that tactics vitiates a defense under 9.31, 9.32, 9.33, or 9.51. So this question misleads the jury on the issue of justification.
No, this question goes to rebut his claim that he did not believe that these officers had that they had a reasonable belief that they were in danger of serious bodily injury or death. That's what he testified to.
Judge, if I could make it clear, he testified that if he were in the position of any of those officers, then he would reasonably believe, because I made it specific to him. What this question is doing is saying, first of all, Officer Villalobos didn't know there was a shield out there, so I think that the whole premise of the question is wrong. But second of all, it's asking if Officer Villalobos wouldn't, if he were scared of something, then he would have gone and he would have gotten a shield and he would have done all this stuff if he were scared. This is not an expert witness, and that is not something that he can answer anyway. It's speculation.
All right, so if there was a shield that was available, would there be a legal requirement for the officers to use it?
No, what I'm saying, Your Honor, through this witness, through the question is if you knew you had a shield, right, and you recognized that, and you were afraid of an impact weapon like a hammer, okay, and you had a shield right on the other side of the railing, right, if you genuinely had that fear, you would have taken that shield with you. If you didn't have the fear, because you felt like you could handle it without the shield, then that speaks to the culpable mental state.
And Your Honor, we would additionally object on the grounds that what the state is attempting to suggest is that we disregard the holding in Graham v. Connor, which is that the officer need not be factually correct, he just needs to be objectively reasonable, and he is not judged from the standpoint of 20/20 hindsight that decisions are made in a split second. So this line of questioning attempts to circumvent that holding by our Supreme Court.
All right, I'll sustain the speculation.
Let's talk about the totality of circumstances, okay, that you're aware of. It was your understanding that the reason for the officer's persistence in arresting Melissa Perez was because she had assaulted Officer Salinas with a glass candle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with wanting to collect evidence of a criminal mischief, was it?
No.
It had nothing to do with...
We object to that last question because that question is designed to go to exigency, and the court has already ruled that exigency is not an issue. And we believe that the state is opening the door to the matters that we've asked the court to take judicial notice of under Rule Evidence 202. So if they're going to open the door, we believe that the matter we've asked for judicial notice of should be admitted into evidence at this time.
Not asking about exigency, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we could object speculation because he was asking about whether or not Sergeant Flores and the other sergeants out there were going in based on criminal mischief or whatever, and he wouldn't know that.
All right, I'll sustain that.
Well, Your Honor, the defense has introduced all this evidence finding evidence of criminal mischief in her apartment. That would not be relevant then for you to have admitted it if the state can't respond to it in this way.
Well, it's just you can't respond to it by asking this witness if that's what the reason that they were going in or felt that there was a reason to arrest him.
Yes, you can ask him if he has personal knowledge about what we're discussing.
And I'm asking you personal knowledge, right?
Yes.
Your personal knowledge, did the entry into her apartment or the attempt to arrest her have anything to do with collecting evidence of criminal mischief?
Your Honor, we would object. This is a backdoor way of circumventing the court's rulings. It's not relevant under 401, 402, 403. I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Sure. To your knowledge, the efforts to go in and arrest her had nothing to do with wanting to get into the apartment to collect evidence on a criminal mischief case, did it?
No, sir.
It had nothing to do with wanting to extinguish the lit candles in the apartment?
No, sir.
Was it immediately clear to you that Ms. Perez was a small person, that she was not physically imposing?
She was a smaller stature, yes.
And that any of the approximately 15 officers by their condition and training could have overmatched her physically by themselves, let alone collectively?
That's speculation.
And Your Honor, that's that.
I mean, when you first arrived, you were told about her having a hammer and you remarked, just tase her. Didn't you?
It happened a little later, yes, sir.
Right? Can you play that at 150:17?
She's got all her windows open.
So with the hammer?
Well, on that side, bro, there's a window. All you gotta do, it's just a screen.
Yeah, but she's still carrying the hammer.
Freaking taser, bro. Walk in there and taser. She already assaulted somebody. It's a felony offense. Guarantee you can sneak through that window, bro, or so you can walk in there. Hit her with a taser real quick.
Do you have a word? No, do you have a word?
No,
Okay, so you can't come in.
You want to talk to one of my officers?
No, I didn't. Say it so to me.
So, I'm going to ask you one last time.
Say it so
Are
to
you going to
me.
use for a comment again?
Say it so to
Okay,
me.
that's my answer.
Say it so to
Hey,
me.
Salinas, where's the one?
In a couple of minutes from now, not even a minute, Sergeant Flores walks away from that, and you walk down toward the other end of the apartment again. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you kind of are walking around and turning the corner as Officer Villalobos is pulling himself out of the window. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw Melissa race to the window when Officer Villalobos was pulling out, you didn't see her try to hurt him, and you didn't see her threaten him when he stood in the patio, did you?
No, I I assume she was rushing to the window for a reason, but I didn't see a hammer or anything.
Okay. You didn't see her threaten harm to him,
No.
right? She didn't say anything that she wanted to hurt him, right?
I don't remember. I don't
And you
believe so.
didn't see her try to hurt him.
No.
You never saw her in possession of a firearm.
No, sir.
You never heard anybody talk about her having a firearm.
No, sir.
She didn't have any way of concealing that she had a firearm on her.
Not that I know of. No, sir.
Wasn't even discussed that that was a potential risk.
No, sir.
And I mean, otherwise, the 15 or so officers that stood there by the rail, I mean, people weren't afraid of her sending things out of her apartment, or they wouldn't be standing at her rail.
Speculation.
Well, I mean, you yourself approached the rail, right? And we can see you with your hands clasped, right, when you're talking to her, right?
Yes,
Were you
sir.
afraid she was about to imminently throw something out at you,
At the time, I didn't see her with anything in her hand, so no.
right? I mean, you'd heard that she had a hammer,
Yes, sir.
right? You'd heard she had thrown a candle out, right?
Yes, sir.
But you felt so safe at the rail that you could clasp your hands together, right?
I specifically put myself next to the wall. That way, if she did grab something, I was right there.
You
I
could
could
take
literally take a one-side step.
You could take some evasive action because a wall provides good cover.
That wall did. That brick
Right.
wall, yes.
And so there you can see there's a wall between the window and the door in the patio area, right?
Yes, sir.
And that wall is large enough to provide cover to an officer from any object held by Ms. Perez, right?
I wouldn't say that. It's a pretty small wall, so if she's reaching out the window, she could easily get to somebody.
Okay, would you see her reach out the window?
Whenever she came through with the hammer, yes, she came out the window.
You saw her come out the window?
Her arm came out the window, from what I remember, yes.
At which point? At what time?
When she hit the window with the hammer.
Okay, so this is later.
Correct.
Before, this is
Yes,
later,
sir.
right?
Yes,
So
sir.
the only time you saw her hand and sense reach out would have been after she broke the glass,
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that the patio door would not have opened outward into the, or that it did open outward into the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
And that an officer could easily prevent that door from being opened by blocking it with their foot.
Correct.
And you even remarked on that during this recording, didn't you?
Correct.
So if Villalobos or Flores had actually feared that an item would be thrown at them, they could have easily have taken the ballistic shield with them when they decided to cross over into her
Objection,
patio.
compound question, speculation. And
we'd ask the jury to just instruct to disregard the question because the question made a statement that was clearly speculation.
Members of the jury, I'll instruct you to disregard the last question.
Well, if you had been on that patio or going onto that patio and you had a shield in your hand, would you feel that shield would have protected you from her reaching out the window with a hammer?
objection, relevance, improper hypothetical. It's not duplicating the danger that any of the defendants felt at the time. There's insufficient background information to put him in the same situation as the defendants.
I'll sustain.
You had talked about being trained with the beanbag rounds being put into a shotgun, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So what would happen if a person was shot with a beanbag round with that shotgun? Maybe at 10 feet.
It would cause a severe amount of pain.
Yeah. Could it prevent a charge?
It could.
Okay. And how many rounds of beanbag rounds would be in a shotgun like that?
So normally we carry 5.
Okay. So if a beanbag round shotgun had been deployed in a way to prevent a charge, it could have been an effective tool.
Judge, I'm going to object. This This again is an attempt to blame the officers for their tactics when the cause of the use of force clearly was that the complaining witness illegally resisted arrest under 38.03B2, which is not permitted, and it's not relevant under 931, 932, 933, or 951, that the officer's tactics caused the criminal behavior that triggered the justification in this case.
Could we approach the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
regard to the last question.
In the seconds before Melissa Perez was shot to death, okay? Isn't it fact that Villalobos was actually in more danger from the rounds being fired from Officer Alejandro than he was from Melissa Perez behind that closed, locked door?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can refer.
Have you seen that part of the video?
Which part, sir?
Can you show? Put on the. On his video.
And we would further object that the last question asked by the statement has no relevance under 401, 402, 403. It has no bearing on the issue of justification.
Probative value?
Sir?
What's the probative value?
The
I'll
probative
get up in
value
a 403.
on the 403 about whether Officer Villalobos was actually in danger of serious bodily injury or death at the time he fired the 3 shots into the wall, Your Honor. That's pretty probative.
That wasn't the question. He's misstating what his previous question is. He's taking a leap in time.
All right, so let's get the next question.
Let me show you the video here real quick. Okay.
Yeah, we be inside. Well, don't you think that makes sense?
Don't act stupid because you know what? That's not rolling.
What's rolling?
That's ridiculous.
What's
Don't
rolling?
embarrass yourself, sir.
I'm asking you what's rolling.
The camera.
So we can.
Okay, watch out, watch out. Go, get him. Hey, watch out, beat. She's down, she's dead. I know she's dead.
Okay. Now, from the position of Officer Villalobos, right?
Okay.
Isn't it true that he has rounds being fired at him from his left from Officer Alejandro,
Yes.
right? And he's got rounds being shot from his right from Officer Flores,
Yes.
right? And in your training, what are you trained about firing into an area where you cannot see what you're firing into?
Like into a room that we have no knowledge of, you shouldn't do it.
Shouldn't fire unless you can see your target, right?
Correct.
Right? And especially in a apartment building that has other tenants,
Correct.
right? I mean, is that dangerous to more than just the person on the other side of the wall?
I'm just going to object on relevance because Officer Villalobos has not been charged with endangering any other tenants. And they have a charging instrument that does not say that any other tenants were at risk or in any danger from Officer Villalobos' shot. So to ask those questions would be irrelevant, and then under 403, it would the probative value is almost zero because that's not what we're here for, and they have never alleged that he endangered them. And the prejudicial danger is high because he's making a suggestion that he shouldn't have any right to make based upon his own charging instrument.
And Your Honor, additionally, I believe this improperly deals with transferred intent, and there's no evidence of that. There is a requirement that there be collateral harm. There's no evidence of collateral harm, and so transferred intent wouldn't be appropriate, and therefore it's not relevant to 401, 402, 403, and because there's no evidence of collateral harm or transfer of intent, that you can't vitiate justification under 9.31, 9.32, 9.33, or 9.51, because there is no collateral harm or transfer of intent.
All right, I'll conduct a 403, I'll sustain.
Your Honor, maybe you have instruction to disregard the question.
Members of the jury, disregard the last question.
Retired Sergeant Lisa Miller testified that she spoke with you before your testimony. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she had testified that you had told her that you didn't fire your weapon because you did not see Melissa Perez at the time you drew the weapon.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I had lost sight of her.
You lost sight of her, so you didn't want to fire without knowing where she was.
So I lost sight of her, and also I knew the last position that she was at. She was near the other officers, and I didn't want to fire in their direction.
Right? I'll pass the witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to take a break.
All right, members of the jury, let's take a short break.
All right.
seated.
Yes.
So, Officer Thompson, do you recall that the state asked you certain questions about whether or not you were afraid at a particular point in time?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, before I ask you questions about that line of testimony, what I'm going to represent to you, that I'm going to show you still frames from your body-worn camera between 202 04 more or less to the time that Melissa Perez struck the window with the hammer, and also going to show you similar still frames from the following officers: Vince Gomez, Andrew Lamb, Robert Ramos, Jesus Rojas, and Jonathan Salinas and Dallin Young, that they were present at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that oftentimes your body camera may not depict certain actions by you because of where the camera is positioned, correct?
Correct.
And so would you agree that other officers' body cameras, if their camera had you in their field of view, could capture your reactions at the time, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and before I go further, would you agree with me that on the night that you gave your statement, you were not allowed to see your body-worn camera, correct?
I viewed a small portion of it.
But you were not allowed to review it in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't allowed to view the body-worn cameras of Vince Gomez, Andrew Lamb, Robert Ramos, Jesus Rojas, Jonathan Salinas, and Dallin Young, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you frame by frame your body-worn camera, and and I'm going to go through it frame by frame. This is your body-worn camera, and at 20204, and I'm just going to click next, and I'll probably ask you a few questions along the way. At 20204, do you see the head of Melissa Perez above the TV?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to click a few frames. Oops. I'm going to see if I can do screen zoom lock on it. Oops. All right. Let's see if this works. And I've advanced it enough frames that we show that her head has disappeared, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understood that when her head disappeared, she was going back towards the couch, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to click a few frames. Whoops. And we're at 20205, and you see your sergeant, Alfred Flores, going over the railing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can also see that Nathaniel Villalobos is trying to open the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're at 20206, and we see the head of Melissa Perez appear, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that tells you that she's coming back towards the window?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I don't know, I've advanced probably about 10 or 15 frames or so. What did we see in the last 10 or 15 frames?
Melissa Perez approaching the window with a hammer.
All right, and when she was approaching the window, based upon your recollection, was she approaching, charging, running? What was she doing?
She was charging.
All right, and can you elaborate what charging means to you, to the jurors?
I guess I would just say that she's closing distance quickly.
All right, and in your recollection of events, is that aggressive?
Yes.
Is that cause for concern?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to click a little bit more. What did we just see after about 5 or so frames?
She's got the hammer over her head, and she's getting closer.
All right, and so would you agree that if your body camera was able to capture her raising the hammer and swinging it overhead and getting closer, your eyes were able to perceive that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you saw her getting closer and raised the hammer, can you tell the jurors whether that increased any apprehension on your part that she was going to use the hammer as a deadly weapon? I'm sorry?
It did,
All right. And explain why.
because it looked like she was going to hit one of the officers.
All right. And I'm going to click a few more frames. And did you see what you did with your left hand?
I did not know, sir.
All right. Okay, do you see what you're doing with your left hand?
I took it off the railing.
All right. And that happens in 1 or 2 frames, correct?
Correct.
And what are we seeing now at 2:02:07?
Her breaking the window with the hammer.
All right, and when you say breaking the window, do you see the cone of glass particles coming out of the window?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know if we're at the end of this, but we'll go to Vince Gomez's. It's going to take a while for this computer to bring it up. All right, is this Vince Gomez? Yes, it is. All right. So let me see if I can lock the... All right, this is Vince Gomez. Is this you where I'm putting the cursor?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just for the record, you're on the far left, and then to your right is Eleazar. And then in the middle, we see Alfred Flores going over the railing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then on the far right, we see Nathaniel Villalobos, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I want to click a few frames. Let's hope I can have this set correctly. I've clicked probably about 10 or 15 frames. Tell us what we saw, and it's at 2:02:07 right now.
We just see Officer Flores getting over the railing.
All right, and when he's over the railing, would you agree that both of his feet are at the right corner of the screen, closest to the railing?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to click a few more. And do you see yourself here?
Barely, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit because you may have disappeared in the dark, but knowing where you are, I want you to pay attention to what happens. Tell us what you're doing in those last fraction of a second, in the last 5 or 6 frames.
To be honest, it's really hard to tell on the screen.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, this is Andrew Lamb's. It starts at 2:02:05. If I tell you that this is you right here, where I have my cursor, would you agree with that?
I would agree.
All right, let's see if we can see what you do there at 2:02:05. Do you see what you're doing there at 2:02:07?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you're doing.
I'm moving, I guess, to a place of cover behind the wall.
All right, and would you agree that when I stand here, you agree that at that moment you do a couple of things, is that you're, based upon what you saw in one of the videos, you're backing away from the railing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And not only are you backing away, but you're squatting down and moving sideways to your left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that that action is consistent with perceiving danger?
Yes, sir.
And would that danger be Melissa Perez rushing towards the window, swinging the hammer?
Correct.
All right, let's see if we can see. And do you continue to move? Do you continue to move to the left?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the next one. This is is Officer Ramos' body-worn camera at 20205. And let's advance a few frames and see if we can see what happens. I'm representing that this is you at the railing. Would you agree that's you at 20205?
Looks like it, yes, sir.
All right, and can you tell us what you're doing with your left arm?
Looks like I'm putting it up to show my face.
All right, would that be consistent with being in fear of being hit with a hammer?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's see what happens next. How many steps backwards do you take away from the railing?
Approximately 3.
And would you agree that while you're taking steps away from the railing, that you're still covering your face?
Correct.
And would that be consistent with you still perceiving the danger from Melissa Perez?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, this is Officer Rojas' body-worn camera at 20205. And I'm going to suggest to you that this is you right here where the cursor is. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's play a few more frames and let's see what we see. All right, what do we see? Probably advance it probably 15 frames maybe. What do we see in that?
Again, me taking a step to the left and covering my face.
All right, and would you agree that that's consistent with you being in danger of Melissa Perez coming towards the window with the hammer?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see if let's play this to the end. Probably played 5 more frames or so. What do we see?
Same thing, me covering my face and taking another step to the left, or moving to the left.
To the left and backwards.
Yes, sir.
All right, and would that be consistent with being in danger?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked whether or not you were afraid. Having seen these body-worn camera stills and the progression at 20204 to 20207, would you tell the jury whether at this moment in time you were afraid?
At that moment, I would say yes.
And why is that?
Because I didn't want to get hit with a hammer or anything else.
And if you were hit with a hammer, what do you think that would cause?
Bodily injury.
All right. All right. And then we're going to show you Selena's body-worn camera. And it's at 20206. I'm going to represent to you that where the cursor is, we see you. It's kind of hard to see you because the darkness blends in with probably half of your body. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
But here we see Eleazar, or as he's known as Bug. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I don't know who this is, but let's play this a few frames. And I've played about 5 or 6 frames. What do we see you do at that point in time?
Looks like I start moving backwards.
All right. And do we see Melissa Perez right here where the cursor is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's at the time that she's charging at the window, correct?
Correct.
And I believe at 20207, you kind of basically disappear in the darkness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because of the limitation of the camera. You just didn't disappear out of thin air. You were there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's play from Dalvin Young's perspective at 20206. I'll play a couple of frames. And I've played about 5 or 6 frames. What do we see in those 5 or 6 frames?
Same thing, me taking a step and shielding my face.
All right. And let's play a couple more frames. And I don't know, played about 8, 9, 10 frames. What do we see then?
Same thing.
All right. And when you say the same thing, that means that you're backing away from the railing and covering your face?
Yes, sir.
In a protective mode?
Yes, sir.
Because you're in danger of being hit with the hammer?
Correct.
All right. So would all that be consistent with you being afraid?
Yes, sir.
Being afraid at 2:02:07, or actually 2:02:06, when she was charging at the window with the hammer.
Correct.
All right. And even though you were afraid, you were also afraid, would you agree you were also afraid that she might hit either Sergeant Alfred Flores or Nathaniel Villalobos with the hammer?
Yes, sir.
And had it hit Sergeant Flores, where he was standing, was the back of his head probably 3 to 5 feet away from the window where she hit with the hammer?
I would say about that range, yes, sir.
All right. And if she had thrown the hammer through the window, do you believe that that would be capable of causing serious bodily injury or death to Sergeant Flores?
It could be, yes, sir.
All right. Now, it's my understanding that you gave your written statement at 5:10 a.m. to Detective Watts. Is that correct?
Sounds about right, yes, sir.
All right. And let me cover a few things. You said you were paired up with Nate Villalobos that night?
Yes, sir.
And have you paired up with him before?
I can't remember.
All right. Generally, do sergeants pair people up if they can't work well together?
No.
All right. So people are paired together if the sergeant knows that both officers have good work ethics, correct?
Correct.
Good skills,
Correct.
understand each other,
Yes, sir.
compliment each other,
Yes, sir.
and you're not paired up unless the pair is good as a partner, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so Nathaniel Villalobos was one known to use good judgment.
Yes, sir.
He's not one to stir things up.
Correct.
And do you know what it means to blow up a call?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was Nathaniel Villalobos one to blow up a call?
No, sir.
Was Alejandro Villalobos one to blow up a call?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. Eleazar Alejandro known to blow up a call?
No, sir.
Did both of them have good judgment?
I believe so.
All right. And I want to show you the beginning of Eleazar's body-worn camera, if I may. Nice if I have this plugged in. That's what happens when I don't have Christian help me. Let's see. Can we turn that off, please?
It's on.
All right, this is the start of Eleazar's body-worn camera. Let's watch the start of this camera. It's already been introduced into evidence, and the start time is 1:35 or so. And we're gonna have probably 30 seconds of silence.
Into
subir al carro y no quiero estar en el teléfono. Me voy a subir al carro y así cuando llegue yo allí. Ok, está bien, señor. Señora, disculpe, ahí lo voy a llevar ahí y ahí lo va a esperar, ¿ok?
All right, so I'm going to represent to you that we could play this for another 7 minutes, but in the next 7 minutes, that what we see is that Alejandro takes this gentleman to the Sam's Club so for his mother to pick him up. Is that the type of person that indicates that he's community police oriented in the caring of others?
Yes, sir.
And is that the Alejandro you know?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we know from the body-worn camera audit trails that Captain Van Geffen looked at your videos at 6:32 in the morning. At any point in time, did Captain Van Geffen talk to you?
No, sir, not that I remember.
All right. At any point in time after the morning of June 23rd, 2023, did Captain Van Geffen talk to you or ask for details?
No, sir.
Did anyone ever ask you follow-up questions after you gave your statement to Detective Juarez at 510?
No, sir.
And you know that, in fact, you had uploaded your body-worn camera before you finished your statement.
I knew it was docked, but I don't know what time it would have been uploaded.
All right. All right. And your statement was given at 5:10 a.m. and the audit trail indicates that Sergeant Juarez looked at your camera, body-worn camera, for the first time at 7:05:37. So based upon the audit trail, would you agree that he looked at your body-worn camera for the first time after you already gave your statement?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on November 6, 2023, Detective Soto accessed your body-worn camera at 4:30 and clipped it 1 minute before the first shots were fired. Did anyone ever ask you to explain to the police department or to the district attorney's office what was clipped on November 6, 2023 before the case was indicted?
No, sir.
All right. Had you been asked to explain what you saw in that clip by the district attorney or the police department, would you have been able to explain to either the police department or the district attorney that in the 1 minute before shots were fired, you saw Melissa Perez charge towards the patio window, raise the hammer in her right hand, tomahawk style, and smash the window at 2:02:07, and that the hammer was 3 to 5 feet away from the back of Alfred Flores' head?
Yes, sir.
And would you have been able to explain that you yourself were in fear of the hammer at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
But no one ever asked you those questions before this case was indicted?
No, sir.
All right. And would you agree with me that you met with the district attorney 3 times concerning what you would have to say about this case? The first time you met with him was after this case was indicted on May 15th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
And then the second time you met with him was after the case was indicted on September 17th, 2024.
I don't remember the exact date, but it sounds about right.
All right, and then about a month and a week ago, or actually a month and a few days ago, on October 1st, 2025, you met with the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
All right, and did they ever ask you about your perception of the events from 20204 to 20207?
Not that I recall.
And had they asked you about what you perceived at 20204 to 20207, and keep in mind the still photographs that we saw frame by frame, what would you have told the district attorney's office?
I would have told them that she charged at officers with a hammer.
And would you have told them that by charging at the officers with a hammer, that she caused reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death in any officer in the same shoes as Eleazar, Nathaniel, and Alfred?
Yes, sir, if they asked.
And, but no one bothered to ask.
No, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about your witness statement. And I believe it's actually Villalobos' body-worn camera that starts earlier than yours, because Villalobos, his camera starts with the possible PI suspect at the bus bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I believe his body camera starts at 1:42:31. That's after the E-tone went out, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And on the E-tone, tell the jurors why you told Nathaniel Villalobos, let's leave this guy alone, let's respond to the E-tone.
Again, normally an E-tone means an officer's in trouble, he's in some kind of fight or something like that.
And is that something you take into account, considering the totality of the circumstances when you're faced with the moment of having to use deadly force?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, would you agree that what was said before the E-tone by Jonathan Salinas was, I have one at gunpoint, she has a hammer? That's what was said, correct?
I don't remember anything about the hammer. I heard him say he had one at gunpoint, and I believe what I heard was he hit her with glass, or she hit him with glass.
Would you dispute that if we hear that on other body-worn cameras, we can rely on that the body-worn cameras capture him stating, I have one at gunpoint, she has a hammer?
I wouldn't dispute it.
All right. And if you heard that, I have one at gunpoint, she has a hammer, both those statements could be taken into account under the totality of circumstances in determining whether at 20207 it was necessary to use deadly force to meet deadly force.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, what I also want to understand is that it's my understanding that if, and I'm not going to make you do this, but would you agree that if we were to listen to your body-worn camera in its entirety, that we would hear at least 11 times someone mention that she's got a hammer?
I would agree with that.
And that was made, those statements were made by Jesus Rojas and Jonathan Salinas and others, correct?
I don't know specifically who said it, but yes.
All right. And would you agree with me that if someone's repeating 11 times she has a hammer, that's something that you can take into account when evaluating the totality of circumstances to decide whether the use of deadly force to meet deadly force was reasonable?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, getting back to your meetings with the district attorney's office, can you tell the jurors whether you sensed the district attorney was unhappy with answers you gave them?
Yes.
And describe that.
I mean, we got into, I guess, a little disagreement during my first one, but other than that, nothing much.
And what was that disagreement about?
Over exigent circumstances.
All right. And did you have one opinion and they had another opinion?
Yes.
was your opinion and what was theirs?
My opinion was that there was exigent circumstances that were in place, but since it wasn't in our general manual, I guess it just kind of seems like they didn't want to know about it. Since they brought up our general manual and they were asking if that criteria was met, but I explained to them that there was other exigent circumstances that aren't covered in our general manual.
All right, and did you tell the state that there was a specific Supreme Court case that you were aware of that said otherwise?
Yes, sir.
And what was that Supreme Court case?
It would be United States v. Santana.
All right, and when you told them it was United States v. Santana, did they seem to care?
No.
All right. And based upon the fact that they didn't seem to care about United States v. Santana, did you form the opinion that they only wanted to hear what was negative about your fellow officers here?
I would say so.
All right. That they had horse blinders on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, again, I'm not going to ask you to remember precisely, but would you agree that if we were to listen carefully to your body-worn camera, that at least 9 times before the first shots were fired, that we hear someone, a police officer, say that Melissa Perez had assaulted an officer?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so was that the reason that you understood Melissa Perez was going to be arrested?
That was one of the reasons, correct.
All right. Now, I represent to you that Officer Dallin Young said at 1:48:02 she has a weapon or something. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that at 1:48:03 to 1:48:04, Jesus Rojas said she has a hammer. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And also, I believe that at 1:48:05, we saw on your video and Officer Villalobos' video that Nathaniel Villalobos said to Melissa Perez, "You can't just talk to me right here. What's going on?" You heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that that's an attempt to de-escalate or calm Melissa down?
Yes, sir.
An attempt to get her to cooperate?
Yes.
An attempt to get her to submit to an arrest without having to use force?
Yes.
And when you heard Nathaniel Villalobos say this to Melissa Perez, did you believe, based upon his conduct, that he was trying to resolve the issue?
Yes.
And would you say that that's contrary to someone who blows up a car?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in your written statement, would you agree that you make no reference to Robert Ramos agitating Melissa Perez?
Yeah, I made no statement about that.
And you were unaware that he had agitated Melissa Perez, correct?
Not in my presence.
All right. And you would agree with me that you made no reference to Jesus Rojas having talked to her about Melissa Perez having schizophrenia or Melissa Perez being emergency detained?
I have no knowledge of that.
All right. And again, Jesus Rojas said at 1:49:30, "Watch out because she has a hammer right there somewhere." You recall something to that effect being said?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you would agree with me that Melissa Perez made an effort to engage Melissa Perez?
I'm sorry?
Maria Salinas made an effort to engage Melissa Perez.
Yes.
she had asked whether or not Melissa Perez wanted to talk to Maria, right?
Correct.
And in your experience, is it sometime useful for a female officer to talk to a female suspect?
Yes, sir.
And did you believe that's what Maria Salinas was attempting to do?
Yes.
And did Melissa Perez respond favorably to that?
No.
Right? And at 1:50:22, when people were talking, and I believe you, Jonathan Salinas, Chernak, and others were talking to Alfred Flores, that at 1:50:22, Jonathan Salinas, she still has a hammer, right?
I believe he asked if she still had the hammer.
All right? And he expressed concern that she was still carrying a hammer,
Yes.
all right? And when you saw Alfred Flores talk to Melissa Perez, he explicitly said, "You assaulted one of my officers. We got every right to be here," correct?
I believe that's what he said. Yes, sir.
And then her response was, "No, I didn't. They assaulted me."
Correct.
And that was untrue on her part, correct?
That I had seen, I never saw an officer assault her.
All right. And just to be clear, that even though you may not have seen Melissa Perez swing a hammer at Nathaniel Villalobos at 1:51:50 to 1:52, thereabouts, you believed that she swung a hammer, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you were moving in the videos left to right towards the patio, and you saw her run from the middle bedroom to the living room area, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that when she was running from the middle bedroom to the living room area that she had a hammer with her.
I don't believe I knew she had a hammer with her at that time.
But if in fact it shows that, the other video shows that she did have a hammer in that bedroom, and you did say to Nathaniel Villalobos, "Watch out, B."
Correct.
And why did you say that?
Just because she was charging at him.
All right, and did you believe he was in danger?
He possibly, yes, sir.
All right. And because you yelled and other people yelled, "Watch out, B," he was able to remove himself from the window, correct?
Correct.
Had he remained in the window and she had the hammer in hand, would she have been able to hit him in the head with that hammer?
She could have, yes, sir.
And you heard Jesus Rojas say at 1:51:53, "Watch out, bro, she's coming, bro, she's coming, she has a hammer." You heard that, correct?
Yes, sir. Some version of it, yes, sir.
And you had real fear for Nathaniel Villalobos at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that Melissa Perez was aggressive at that time?
Yes.
Now, at one point in time, when you were subpoenaed, did you have a retired sergeant tell you to talk to the city attorney's office first?
Yes.
And were you told that SAPD policies and procedures require that you talk to the city attorney first?
Yes, sir.
And have you since learned that it's not a requirement under Procedure 311 that an officer who's subpoenaed by defense report to the city attorney first?
So I don't think they said it was a requirement. They just told me, they advised me to do it, to talk to them.
All right, and did you believe that you were being discouraged from talking to the defense?
No, not at that time.
And I don't believe it's been asked in detail, but if we were to listen in on your body-worn camera, would you agree that at 2:03:11 that Eleazar had jumped the rail and said, "Check her arms and legs first,"
Yes, sir.
and that he also said, let's get the tourniquet on her arms and legs, correct?
I don't remember, sir.
And he was saying, let's get let me get my gloves.
Yes, sir.
And he also said, cut the pant legs, everything, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be consistent with trying to provide first aid and preserve life, correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll be fast. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Officer Thompson.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Christian Newman, myself, and Mr. Nisbet represent Alfred Flores. So I just have a few questions. I'm not going to rehash all the facts with you. I think we've been through that several times today, but there's some points I wanted to hit on. Something you mentioned in direct with Mr. Goss that I think might be worth explaining to the jury. You mentioned the term directed patrol.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So normally if you're put on direct patrol, you work the south service area. The south service area is divided into 3 sections. When you're on direct patrol, you can work any of the 3 sections. You're kind of just out there making traffic stops, stuff like that, and you don't really answer calls for service for that.
Okay. And that's something that you and Officer Villalobos would sometimes double up to do?
I don't think we ever doubled up for direct patrol.
Not you two? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you would double up for? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir. Whenever you're on direct patrol, it's a 2-man car.
And why is that?
I guess for just officer safety. Yeah.
Is it because that type of patrolling, rather than responding to calls, there's more unknowns there?
Yes, sir.
So, we've talked a lot about options and approaches. That night, everyone seemed to agree that Melissa was not going to just be left in the apartment and everyone goes back to the substation, right?
Correct.
That, from what you saw at least, the dozen plus officers there, supported this idea of entering the apartment and getting her out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to do so as quickly and safely as possible,
Yes, sir.
considering the safety of Melissa Perez, the subject, right?
Yes.
And considering the safety of the man in her apartment, we talked about that.
Yes, sir.
And perhaps most importantly, the safety of the officers out there doing their job that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've talked a little bit about totality of the circumstances. Mr. Goss touched on it, Mr. Fuentes and Mr. Luna did too. As an SAPD officer, you're trained that risk factors and threats are cumulative, not exclusive.
Yes.
Cumulative meaning as information is acquired in an incident, you're taught each fact builds on top of the previous one to increase or decrease the potential risk factors of an incident.
Correct.
And in making any choice, you agree any reasonable officer can only consider facts and circumstances that are actually known to them.
Yes, sir.
And in the totality of circumstances, you consider a suspect intentionally cutting the wires to a fire alarm control panel to an apartment building.
Yes, sir.
You'd consider the time of night where residents would be asleep and defenseless, right?
Yes, sir.
You'd consider the risk to all residents, young and old, in the case of an intentionally set structure fire.
Yes.
You would consider if the suspect fled from officers after admitting to an offense, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you, as an officer, would consider a suspect showing signs of being impaired due to some intoxicating substance, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You'd consider that the subject showed signs of being aggressive, whether it was a result of intoxication or something else.
Yes.
You'd consider that the subject showed signs of being violent, whether it was a result of intoxication or something else.
Yes.
You would consider the suspect using their environment to conceal their position during the incident.
Yes, sir.
And like this night, you consider that concealment limits the usefulness of tools like a taser, right?
Yes, sir.
Someone moving around in an apartment and hiding behind a TV or in a hallway or a small wall between a window and a door, that makes other options less available and useful, right?
Correct.
You consider in the totality of circumstances the suspect using their environment to conceal their hands during the incident, right?
Correct.
So hiding things like a hammer, you consider that.
Yes, sir.
Like you testified, there were moments you couldn't see that hammer, but you know because the other officers saw that you had the hammer, right?
Yes.
You would consider an emergency tone going out for an officer in trouble, like you testified about.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect arming themselves with something like a hammer during the encounter.
Yes.
You would consider that a hammer can be used or adapted to be a deadly weapon capable of causing serious bodily injury or death.
Yes.
In the totality of circumstances, you would consider the suspect using that hammer as an improvised weapon, wouldn't you?
Yes.
In the totality of circumstances, you would consider the suspect slashing at an officer at close range with that hammer.
Yes.
You consider that suspect's demonstrated success in striking the officer with a heavy-weighted object like a candle.
Yes, sir.
You consider the suspect actively resisting arrest with a deadly weapon, a felony.
Yes.
You would consider the suspect's potential for serious bodily injury or death by hitting an officer on scene with a hammer.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you consider the number of attempts to de-escalate the situation that have taken place.
Correct.
In the totality of circumstances, you consider multiple officers using active listening skills and verbal de-escalation techniques unsuccessfully on a suspect.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of circumstances, you would consider that at no point during the entire encounter was the suspect compliant,
Yes, sir.
right?
Correct.
That's a consideration.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of circumstances, you would consider if at no point during the entire encounter the suspect gave any indication that she would come into compliance. You consider that.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you consider during an attempt to arrest the suspect, they rush you with a claw hammer.
Yes, sir.
You consider during that same attempt that she raised the hammer overhead.
Yes.
In fact, you consider if she moved to the side to come at a different angle to try and strike an officer. You consider that, right?
Yes, sir.
You consider during an attempt to arrest the distance that the suspect was away from you if the suspect rushed you with the hammer raised overhead.
Yes.
You consider having to make that split-second decision based on the time and distance that may be being compressed by that suspect.
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, you consider if the suspect then rushed into striking distance of you and fellow officers with the hammer raised overhead.
Yes.
The small wall came up, just a quick aside. You made a comment about at the railing you had a wall for cover. Remember that?
Correct.
Mr. Linden made it a point to ask you about, well, wall's good cover, right?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain the difference between the wall you're talking about on the exterior of the building and that small wall between the patio door and the window?
So the small wall was still in close proximity to her, and it's a very small wall. It'd be very easy there for her to still reach around that wall and still get at officers.
Especially if officers saw her reach out and around that wall to try and strike someone.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So in the totality of the circumstances, you could not consider anything unknown to you at the time the force was used.
Correct.
In the totality of circumstances, you could not consider anything not told to you at the time this force was
Yes.
used. You agree that police officers have a right to self-defense under 9.31 and 9.32 of the Penal Code?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that police officers have a right to defense of fellow officers under 9.33 of the Penal Code, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Saw you thinking about it. Is that the right section?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is, I promise. And you agree that you and your fellow police officers have a right to go home at the end of your shift?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen in videos throughout this trial that you arrive, I think right before Alfred Flores, but right around the time Alfred, Nathan, Eleazar get to that scene that night, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know that Rojas, Ramos, and Salinas were the first guys there, right?
Yes, sir.
As far as you know.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Cifuentes asked you about your knowledge, but I want to talk a little bit about things that Rojas failed to tell anyone there on the scene as far as you know. As far as you know, Rojas didn't tell anyone that Melissa Perez might need to be emergency detained.
No, sir.
As far as you know, he didn't share that she might be intoxicated.
No, sir.
Didn't share that she mentioned schizophrenia but denied it.
No, sir.
Rojas didn't mention that she's supposed to take medications but she's refusing to take them.
No.
Rojas didn't mention her aggression,
No.
her defensiveness.
No.
Didn't mention her delusions about Elvis or the FBI, anything like that.
Correct.
Rojas didn't mention her evasiveness, right?
Correct.
The jury also heard testimony, before I move on, Mr. Lunan asked you about hints and signs of mental health concerns. Would you agree with me that the best way for officers who arrive later to learn about suspicion of mental health concerns would be for an officer like Rojas, who saw them firsthand, to tell the officers?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't happen.
Correct.
The jury heard testimony and saw video about Ramos. Neither Rojas nor Ramos shared with you nor these three men that Ramos had been taunting her, right?
Correct.
That he had been rapping on her door with a flashlight obnoxiously, didn't share that.
No.
They'd been kicking her door, didn't share that.
No, sir.
And he didn't share with you or these officers that he had threatened to tase her dog.
No, sir.
Did you even know that before today?
I didn't know most of that before today.
Looking at your face, I can
Yeah.
tell you didn't know. Ramos didn't share that he was shining his flashlight into her apartment and taunting her.
Correct. Didn't know that either.
He didn't share that he was making offensive remarks to Melissa Perez, saying she looked like a gang member.
No, sir.
Neither Rojas, Ramos, or Salinas told you, or any of these three men, that an already aggressive, intoxicated Melissa Perez had been agitated for the better part of an hour before you got there.
Correct.
They didn't tell you that they had swatted the hornet's nest before any of you guys arrived.
Yes, sir.
All that you, Alfred, Eleazar, and Nathaniel knew was about the e-tone and the felony assault on an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
So all these totality of the circumstances for Alfred, who defaults to being in charge because this just happened to happen in this section, the totality of the circumstances that he should be judged by is only what he learned once he gets there, right?
Yes, sir.
Relying on that totality of the circumstances, you'd agree that these officers were thoughtful,
Yes.
they were patient within reason,
Yes, sir.
they were deliberate,
Yes, sir.
and they did the best they could under the circumstances. You agree, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree everything they did that night was in response to what Melissa Perez was doing to them.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lunan was asking you about Melissa Perez was attacking, quote, only when officers did one thing or another. You remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever had to go hands-on with a suspect?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what hands-on means?
Basically putting hands on him to place him into custody.
And that's a use of force, right?
Yes, sir.
And that only happens when you're trying to detain or arrest somebody, right?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that there are many people who don't want to be arrested?
Absolutely.
And that's when you have to go hands-on.
Correct.
But just because someone is willing to resist arrest doesn't mean you don't arrest them, right?
Correct.
Even if they make it known to you that they're going to continue resisting arrest.
Correct.
What kind of message would it send to criminal suspects if that was the case?
I think they would all do it.
Right! If you fight, you stay out of jail. That would be the message, right?
Correct.
Who should dictate or control interactions between the police and suspects?
It should be the police on scene.
In fact, control of a subject is in and of itself a form of de-escalation, isn't it?
Correct.
You and all the other officers on scene provided her with options to avoid force, right?
Yes, sir.
And we heard it on the video. We don't want to use force. Everyone was telling you that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave her options to submit peacefully to arrest that night.
Yes.
But she, Melissa Perez, turned those options down, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead attacked officers trying to lawfully arrest her, right?
Yes, sir.
Defeating all attempts at de-escalation.
Yes, sir.
The rules of society are that when police are lawfully trying to arrest you, you must listen and then fight it out in court if you disagree, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. I'll pass.
If we don't have any further redirect. Thank you, Your Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, is the state not able to cross again, or can we?
I don't think
This
we-
is
we don't
a bizarre kind of situation here.
Yeah, y'all want to approach?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Procedural.
Heck no, I'll be doing it. So that's why I
Oh, you
said,
want to do a redirect first?
yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. So, Officer Thompson, I just wanted to talk about the, at the time, the government pointed out that you were, there was at some point on the video that we hear you go, well, okay, let's just go in and taser. And then somebody says, well, she has a hammer. And he said, yeah, just go in anyway. I guess I want to talk about that assumption. So your assumption is that you're going in and she's not coming at you with a hammer.
Correct.
Right. And I just want to clear that up because if you go in and she doesn't have it and you get her by the taser before she gets it, that can be a compliance thing.
Correct. My assumption was to taser through the window before she had the hammer, was charging at anybody. And then if she went down, then of course we could open the door and go get her while the taser worked.
Right. and then you all had that conversation about, oh, if we get a good connection, if we don't, then we, I guess, reel it back and try something else.
Correct, yes, sir.
Right? Because you said something like this, she's not gonna come out, your belief was she wasn't gonna come out the door to confront you guys on the patio.
Correct.
Which was, at the time, was probably reasonable based on what you have right there. But I guess the idea is, were you in a situation, so we cleared it, were you in a situation that her or any suspect is coming at you armed with a hammer? Would you use your taser for that, or would you use your firearm?
No, sir, I would use my firearm.
Why would you use your firearm in that situation?
Because it's a lethal threat, so we don't use less lethal means on a lethal threat.
Right. And so there was talk about just when we were looking at the video, did you see that the majority of the time on your body cam that when you guys were talking, when you were, and Officer Villalobos was, Officer Alejandro was, even Sergeant Flores was, that she was staying behind that TV and keeping her head there?
Correct.
Okay, so tell me about how difficult it is with a taser in that situation.
Like I said, it's practically impossible.
Right. And so other officers trained as you have been trained would know that.
Yes, sir.
And I guess when she started to present her full body that you could see on your body cam, what else was she doing besides just presenting her full body?
She had the hammer in her hand whenever she did that.
And once she had the hammer in her hand, what kind of threat did she become?
That is a lethal threat.
And once she is a lethal threat, what do you have to do in response?
Use your firearm.
Right. And so even, I guess, it's not, like I said, it's not on you at all. As you're tossing out stuff, it's with the assumption that she gets out from around the TV, she's presenting a full body that you could potentially tase, and you could actually get a good connection with her.
Correct. Yes, sir.
In that sequence that we see, that just wasn't happening at the time.
Yes, sir.
So if you were standing there talking to her, we see you talking to her, there just wasn't a situation where you... I haven't finished yet. I can refresh it. You were standing there talking to her. Was there a situation that you could see on your body cam where you could have taken out your taser and been successful in tasing her when she's presented behind that TV like that?
At that moment, no.
Right. And so, right, so when you're have you had to do other entries before, or was this the first or the only one? Have you had any experience before with entering a home?
No, we've had to do others.
And would it be fair to categorize those entries, or always do whatever we can to be safe for the suspect and be safe for the officer?
Correct. Yes.
Have you participated or seen any training or seen anything in any modern day police department where the goal is to do an entry and shoot somebody?
No, sir.
However, if it comes down to a person presenting a lethal threat, are you going to prioritize the officer's safety or the suspect who's presenting the lethal threat safety?
Priority officers.
Right. Who is violating the law in that situation, the officers or the suspect presenting the lethal threat to the officer?
The suspect.
Right. So, I guess the idea being that all things being equal, your job ultimately is to be safe for the suspect if you can, but to guarantee that you and your fellow officers go home with their families.
Yes, sir.
And that's going to be a concern that's talked about in roll call, talked about between officers. Everybody knows that it's your job and your duty to protect yourself and your fellow officers from anybody who would threaten them unlawfully.
Yes, sir.
I guess you have your statement. You have your statement there.
Yes, sir.
Can you just going over it? I mean, it might take you a little bit to read, but can you see the part where you talk about the female inside the apartment approaching the open window with a hammer?
And I'm sorry, which part was it again?
I guess there's a part in your statement where you are describing the female approaching the open window with swinging a hammer over her head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us, back then, when you were writing your statement, can you tell us what your perception, because you wrote that statement that same morning, right?
Correct.
Okay, so can you tell us what your perception of what she was trying to do and who she was trying to hurt?
My perception was she was trying to attack officers with the hammer.
Right, and did you specifically talk about it in your statement, if you could read it? A specific officer that she...
I don't believe I put a specific officer. No, sir, I didn't.
Okay, so as far as the, let's see.
Oh, I actually did, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's a long statement, it takes a while. So who did you specifically say?
I put Officer Villalobos.
All right. And then, I guess at some point, did it look to you like she was trying to hit him again? But it hit outside of the patio area next to him? Or because the top part of the window on the glass?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, you have Sergeant Flores there, you have Officer Villalobos. And just as a demonstrative, so, gotta hug this thing. So, assuming that this is our small wall, right? So here's our small wall. Patio's here, right? Officers here, you're back over here. I'm inside the apartment behind the small wall. This would be the window if I'm facing the wall, and that would be the glass door, right?
Correct.
Okay. So are you saying, I guess, that any officer who is standing here in this area behind the small wall...
Object to leading.
Sustained.
Okay, so in a scenario, if I could show you a scenario, and so are you watching me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see that scenario?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell me, does that scenario match the scenario that you were thinking of when you talked about the difference between the small wall and the wall that you were trying to take cover?
Yes, sir.
Knowing and seeing Melissa Perez that night, did she seem to be capable of doing that around that wall?
Yes, sir.
Was Officer Villalobos at various times within striking distance, standing next to the door and standing in that general area?
Yes.
So, talking about your observations, would you agree that what you were observing, her do and say, was consistent?
I would agree that was leading.
I would agree that you should agree with what I'm saying. I guess talking about your observations, what were your observations consistent with as it pertains to Melissa Perez at the time that you were there making these observations? Does that make sense?
Not really. I'm not following you.
It's fine. Was your observations consistent with a sober or an intoxicated individual?
I would say she was under the influence of something.
Was your observations consistent with her being peaceful or violent?
Violent.
Was your observations consistent with her being compliant or belligerent?
Belligerent.
I'll pass the witness to Mr. Lynn.
Is everyone else done?
Well, Nelson, you go next.
I thought I got to go last, John.
On the next witness.
Yeah, we'll let you go. I mean, you can go and then we'll continue.
Mr. Goss asked you if your mission was to enter Melissa's apartment in a way that was safe for the suspect and safe for the officers.
Yes,
Did
sir.
I ask you that?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider that the mission was a successful mission?
No, sir.
Why not?
Somebody got hurt.
Someone got killed,
Yes, sir.
right? Mr. Newman was asking about the totality of circumstances. Could you consider these multiple things? Right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that in the totality of circumstances, could you consider the ability to alter the environment to have allowed the TV to be removed down the way so that the taser could be shot through the room?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to, we object on Rule 401, 402, 403. This is a backdoor way to talk about tactics. It's improper because what the state is doing is basically saying that the jury should ignore 6.04 of the Texas Penal Code, and it's also a backdoor way of suggesting that officer-created danger is a valid theory that vitiates justification under 9.31, 9.32, 9.33 of the Texas Penal Code. And there's no provision, either statutory or case law, that says that officer tactics vitiates justification of those provisions of the Texas Penal Code.
You can refer to
And Your Honor, I'm asking the same question that Christian Newman asked. In the totality of circumstances, could you consider a number of factors? Do you remember answering Mr. Newman those questions?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That there's a lot of things that should be considered in the totality of
Yes, sir.
circumstances, right?
Yes, sir.
I just would like to put on record, what Mr. Newman was asking were facts as they actually were. What Mr. Lunan is he's trying to have the witness speculate about facts that were not and did not happen.
Oh, no, he included facts that weren't there.
I didn't hear him. Every fact he listed was a fact we've been hearing for the last month about the totality of the circumstances. And so our objection would be speculation.
I'll sustain.
Could you consider the ability to alter the environment?
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question that previously has been sustained.
I'll sustain.
Is it important the totality of circumstances that the person to be arrested was afflicted by mental illness?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, would it be important in the totality of circumstances that the person to be arrested was afflicted with mental illness?
I'm going to object unless they can establish that the defendants knew that Melissa Perez had illness and believe that the state of the testimony and the state of the evidence is that they had no knowledge that she had mental illness.
Right, you can ask him that.
Yeah, well, first of all, would that fact be of significance?
That she had mental illness?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and because your training directs you to handle that maybe in a different way or more cautious way. Would you
Correct.
agree? Right. And that you have been trained as officers to kind of recognize those signs,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
Or to inquire about the condition of the mind of the person,
Yes, sir.
particularly from people who had spent more time with her than you had,
Correct.
right? More time than Sergeant Flores had.
Yes, sir.
Right, and Officer Rojas and Officer Ramos were still at the scene the entire time you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Salinas, they were all there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anyone inquire them about what had transpired before you got there?
Not to my knowledge, no,
Right,
sir.
and you mentioned, you mentioned to them that there were a lot of things that you didn't know had happened before you got there,
Correct.
right? And is that important in considering the totality of circumstances that she had been escalated rather than de-escalated?
Correct.
Your Honor, this calls for speculation. This witness already testified that he was unaware of misconduct on the part of Robert Ramos. And so the question is asking him to speculate, and also it's a hypothetical that didn't exist.
Sustain.
You talked about the meeting that you had with the DA's office previously.
Yes, sir.
And you had described it that it had to do over this issue of exigency,
Yes, sir.
right? And the frustration that you were met with the DA's office was the fact that you didn't know the facts that had preceded you. Isn't that right?
Some of them, correct.
Right?
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you just admitted here you didn't know that Ramos had threatened to tase the dog.
Yes, sir. I did not
You
know
didn't know
that.
that. You didn't know that he had been shining the flashlight.
Correct.
You didn't know that Officer Rojas had told her that she wasn't under arrest.
I did not know that.
See,
no,
these
sir.
are the facts that we were frustrated about you making a determination without knowing all the facts. Do you agree?
I would object. How could he agree to why Mr. Lunan was frustrated with him?
You haven't testified to it.
Well, that's speculation. What I'm saying is he's asking you would agree that I was frustrated with you because you didn't know all the facts. So I mean, unless that was a statement that Mr. Lunan said, which he did not put in any kind of notice to us about this apparent fight he was having with the witness and his frustrations with him.
I don't know why they think they can bring out evidence and then we're closed to being able to ferret out what actually happened.
We just asked him from his perspective what he knew, not what he thought Mr. Lunan knew or why Mr. Lunan was frustrated.
Right, so the question was, see, these are the facts that you were frustrated with, making a determination on all the facts. I don't understand the question. Let me hear a question.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I would further state for the record that nothing in the memo disclosures that they wrote for the 3 dates that this witness met with the district attorney, nothing in their memo disclosure indicates that that information was withheld from the witness or that he stated that he did not know. So if they're going to be questioning this witness about that and it's not included in the memo disclosure, then I think that it calls into question whether the state is being candid in their representations to the court. And we assert this is misconduct that the court cannot countenance.
May I continue?
Yes.
You had testified in your direct examination with Mr. Cifuentes, right? That the state didn't like what you had to say. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. We had a disagreement.
Right, we had a disagreement, right? And would you agree that that disagreement came down from the fact of you didn't know the facts that preceded your arrival?
So I had knowledge that she had committed the criminal mischief, and from my understanding at the time was that they tried to arrest her, she went into her apartment, but they couldn't get in, and then that's when she assaulted an officer.
Right, but you didn't know that Rojas had said you're not under arrest?
I did not, no,
Right.
sir.
And you didn't know that they had closed the case and left the scene before they came back? Did you?
We just objected to that because now they're trying to put that really weird week 1 stuff back through all this. They didn't close the case. And honestly, he did detain her. And that was clear that he detained her. And evading arrest or detention is the offense. This officer is still correct in his USB Santana analysis. And everything else, that's one of the exigencies that existed at the time. And I don't even know why going back and forth about their argument is relevant.
You can't slander us on one hand and then keep us from responding.
I don't think anybody
Makes no
slandered
sense.
him. He
Makes no
said that
sense.
there was a disagreement.
All right, I'll sustain.
So you did know that she was accused of cutting the fire alarm wires,
Yes, sir.
right? You knew that when you arrived at the scene,
Correct, yes, sir.
right? And you knew about her repeatedly talking about all the cameras that were watching.
I heard her say that myself while I was on scene, yes, sir.
Yes. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, sir.
This stays here, correct? Yeah, you can put it on the last report. All right, members of the jury, it's 5:45. We'll go ahead and break for the day. Tomorrow we're Going to start up at 1:30. We got another full docket in the morning. We'll go through to the end of the day. See you tomorrow.